Welcome to the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, where you're going to learn how to build and launch a Gatsby site from scratch. If you haven't worked with Gatsby before, it's a framework based off of React and GraphQL that makes it really easy to create both websites and web applications. I've been working with Gatsby a lot lately, using it for both my static sites and my dynamic web apps, and I'm excited to bring you this class as it's a tool I've grown to love. I'm Andrew Mead from Mead.io. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Welcome to the very first lesson for the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, where we're going to start using Gatsby. In this video in particular, we're going to focus on three things. 1, we're going to learn a little bit more about Gatsby. 2, we're going to install the Gatsby command line interface. And 3, we're going to use that command line interface to create and run our very first Gatsby project. By the end, we'll have our first Gatsby site up and running, and that's what we're going to build off of and customize throughout the rest of the bootcamp. Let's get started with Gatsby by pulling up its website. We can find that over at Gatsby.js.org, and I want to spend just a couple of minutes here exploring the tool in a little more detail. As mentioned in the welcome video, Gatsby is a static site generator based on React, GraphQL, and Node.js. Now, Gatsby can do so much more than you can typically do with a static site generator, and you actually won't see that term anywhere on the Gatsby homepage. So instead, let's think of Gatsby as a React framework for building complex websites and web applications. So with Gatsby, you're not just limited to static sites. You can also build complex web apps with data storage, authentication, and more. So if I'm trying to build a personal website to make myself look good to potential employers, I could use Gatsby to get that done. If I want to start a freelance web development business, building websites for restaurants, I could use Gatsby for that too. And if I wanted to launch the next startup and I needed to create my web app, I could use Gatsby to build that web app out. Now, Gatsby has gotten so popular because it's really fast and super easy to work with. Gatsby has so many core features baked right in, so you can get started with a new project in a matter of minutes without needing to install or customize any build tools. Gatsby comes with everything you need to get started right away. And the good news is that you can further customize your Gatsby projects using one of the many plugins that it supports. These plugins allow you to add all sorts of new features to your site, both big and small. And don't worry, we'll be diving deep into plugins and how to use them a little later in the bootcamp. Now let's say I'm creating a personal website using Gatsby. I want to have a small portfolio of my projects, and I also want to maintain a blog, making myself look good to potential employers. Now, for me, I want to write those posts in Markdown. I like having my content directly inside of the project itself. So what I want to do is write Markdown posts. Then I want Gatsby to convert those over to individual HTML pages for my site. In that case, there is a Gatsby plugin that can help us get that done. So all we need to do is write the Markdown posts in new Markdown files, and Gatsby handles the heavy lifting of converting those over to HTML pages using a unified template so everything looks consistent in your site. Now let's go back to that other example of someone who's starting a freelance business targeting restaurants. In that case, the restaurant owners want to customize things, they want a blog where they can talk about new specials, and they also want to be able to update their menu on the fly whenever it's convenient for them. Now, in that case, Markdown is a terrible choice. The restaurant owner is likely not technical and does not want to manage content in Markdown. They would have to learn about Markdown and code and Git and all sorts of things. It's never going to happen. That's why content management systems like WordPress got so popular. It allowed website owners to easily manage the content displayed on the site without needing to write code. The good thing about Gatsby is that it can do that same thing. There are Gatsby plugins allowing your content to come from content management systems like Contentful and even WordPress. So you can have a website powered by Gatsby, but still allow the website owner to manage that content using a nice, simple admin interface where they're just filling out form fields and clicking save, and the new content magically appears. I remember when I was running my freelance web development business from about 2011 to about 2015, and everyone you talked to wanted a WordPress site. They didn't want a WordPress site because they cared about using PHP or MySQL. They wanted a WordPress site because they knew with a WordPress site, they could customize the content on their own. Now, everyone can have what they want. Developers can write their sites in a modern stack using Node.js, GraphQL, and React, and the website owners can still manage their content using whatever CMS they're most comfortable with, including WordPress. In this bootcamp, we'll end up covering both of those approaches. So we're going to start off creating a simple Gatsby site and getting comfortable with the basics. Then we'll convert that over to a blog powered by Markdown files. And from there, we'll convert it over to a blog powered by a content management system. And in this case, we'll be using the Contentful CMS to get that done. Now let's actually get started with Gatsby. The only thing you need installed on your machine to use Gatsby is Node.js. If you don't have Node installed, you can grab it over at node.js.org, and you don't need a specific version. Just grab something modern. Let's say V8 or greater. In this case, we have V10 and 11. Both of those would be perfectly fine. And if you have something slightly different on your machine, that's going to work fine as well. Now, to actually use Gatsby, we have to install its command line interface. That's going to be used to generate new Gatsby projects, and it's available as an NPM module. So what I'm going to do is crack open my terminal, and from here, we're going to run a single npm command. That's npm install, followed by the G flag to install the module globally, and the module name is Gatsby-CLI at the latest version 2.4.17. Now, if we go ahead and run this command, it's going to work through the installation process, and once this is done, all we're going to do is generate a new Gatsby project and open it up in Visual Studio Code or whatever text editor you want to use. So right here, the installation did complete successfully, and to generate a new project, first we want to figure out where to store the project. Now, if you have a folder on your machine where you like to store your programming projects, go ahead and switch to that directory. For this bootcamp, I'm just going to put the new project right on my desktop. So I'll use cd desktop to switch over to the desktop. And from here, we're going to use the Gatsby new command. Now, the new command is going to accept a couple of arguments. First up is the project name. Now, this project name is the name of the folder that's going to get created. So in this case, I'll call it something like Gatsby-Bootcamp. And the other argument we provide is the URL to the starter we want to use. Now, Gatsby has a few built-in starters officially released by the Gatsby team, and there are hundreds of other ones created by third-party developers, allowing you to build all sorts of interesting sites and applications. The goal in this bootcamp is to explore the fundamental Gatsby features, and if you know those, you'll be able to work with and customize any of those other starters out there. So for us, it's going to be the following URL, https://github.com/Gatsby-JS/starter-hello-world. So take a quick moment to run that command, and it's going to do two important things. One, it's going to create that new project folder and pull all of the starter code in. 2, what it's doing right now is installing all of the modules necessary for your project to actually run. Once this command is done, we can crack open the new directory in Visual Studio Code and get started building out our site. Actually, before it's even done, we can get that process started. So over in Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open up that new directory. Now for me, I put it on my desktop and I called it Gatsby Bootcamp. So I'll crack that open. And right here, you'll notice we do have a set of files and folders showing up, and we will explore all of these in detail. For now, all I want to do is run a single command from the terminal, allowing us to start our site up. Now, in the background, I can see that the command has finished, and we're actually done with the terminal. We're not going to use this for anything else in the bootcamp. All of the other terminal commands I'll be running, I'm going to run from the integrated terminal that Visual Studio Code comes with. You can always go up to Terminal, New Terminal to find the keyboard shortcut to open up the terminal in VSC. It's definitely a keyboard shortcut I recommend. Now, right here, we're going to run one of the few scripts that Gatsby provides. If we open up package.json, we can see under the scripts property, we have 6. The one that we're going to start with is the develop script, which allows us to start up the development server that we can use to run our app locally and build the project out. This comes with all sorts of great features like live reload, so your changes are reflected in real time. Now, there are a few other commands as well we'll be exploring later in the bootcamp, but for now, let's start with that develop script. So from the terminal, right here in the Gatsby Bootcamp project, that is npm run develop. When we do that, it's going to try to start up our Gatsby project. The default port for that is 8000. And once this command is done, we should be able to crack open localhost 8000 and visit our site. Here, it's saying that things have compiled successfully, so let's crack the site open. In a new browser tab, localhost on port 8000, I visit that and what do I get? I get a small HTML page printing hello world to the screen. So there we go. If you're seeing this, that means you have successfully created and ran your very first Gatsby project. Now, for the moment, it doesn't do anything too interesting, so let's go ahead and wrap up by actually customizing what we're seeing on the page. To get that done, we need to focus on the source directory. Now, we have a lot of other folders and files in the project. We'll focus on those later in the bootcamp. For now, the focus is on the source directory, and if we open that up, we can see there is a single directory inside of there called Pages. The Pages directory is a very important folder in your Gatsby project, and it's actually the topic of the next lesson. So for the moment, we're not going to dive too much into the details of what it is or how everything's working. If we go inside of that folder, though, we can see we have a single file index.js. This contains the React component that's rendering the home page right here. If I open it up, we can see it's about as simple as it gets. On line 1, we import React. On line 3, we export a functional component where we set up a div with the text of hello world. So this is the content we're seeing in the browser. If I go ahead and remove that text content, I can replace it with something like the name of the bootcamp, the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. I can save the file, and in real time, we can see the changes reflected over here thanks to the development server we're running in the background. All right, that's where we're going to stop for this one. In this first lesson, you got Gatsby installed, and you also created and started up your very first Gatsby site. In the next lesson, the focus is going to be on Gatsby Pages. We'll talk about customizing pages and creating new ones, and the focus will be on that Pages directory and the files inside. I'm really excited to get to that and learn more about why all of this is even working, so let's jump right in to the next lesson. Welcome to the second lesson for the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, where you're going to learn how to work with Gatsby Pages. Now, in the last lesson, we saw that by default, we had this source pages directory. And in there, we had a single file for the single page on our site. It was index.js, which exported a component. That component rendered a little bit of text, and that's exactly what we were seeing when we visited our static site over in the browser. The Great Gatsby Bootcamp showing up in both locations. So when it comes to page creation, the source pages directory is where Gatsby looks when it's figuring out what static pages your site needs. So all of the files we put inside of this directory are going to represent the pages for our site, such as a home page, an about page, a blog page, and anything else you might need, and that'll all depend on the type of site you're building. To get started, I'd actually like to empty this file completely and build the page up from scratch. So right here, it's going to start off the same. One thing we'll do in all of our pages is import React. That's necessary if we're going to use JSX. And React is something we can import as it's already installed as part of our Gatsby project. From here, what we're going to do is create our React component for this page as a standalone variable. So const index page, you could pick whatever name you like. This is just the one I'm choosing. And what I'm going to do is set this up as a function. This function is our React component. And all we need to do from here is return some JSX containing what should get rendered when this component gets rendered. Right here, return, in parentheses, I'll set up a div, and in there, I'll add an h1 header element with the text value of hello. After that, I'll add an h2, and I'll add a little bio about myself. Something like, I'm Andrew, a full stack developer living in beautiful Philadelphia. Perfect. Now that I have this in place, I can go ahead and make sure that this component gets exported like we were doing before. So export default followed by the name index page. Now, there's no need to create the separate variable and then export it, but this is definitely the approach I prefer. I find it a lot easier to manage my code. So with all of this in place, we now have a new version of the index page. If I save the file, I can see that Gatsby compiled a new version of the site, and right over here we have everything showing up. Hello, I'm Andrew, a full stack developer living in beautiful Philadelphia. So this is all it takes to create a page. We add a file to the source pages directory. That file is a JavaScript file which exports a React component. Now, if you're not familiar with the basics of JavaScript or React, those aren't topics I dive into in the bootcamp, though I do have courses for both of those. I have the Modern JavaScript Bootcamp, which covers everything you would need to know about JavaScript, and I have the Complete React Web App Developer course, which dives deep into React and that entire ecosystem. If you're interested in either of those, I'll include links on the screen and in the description down below. So what exactly is happening when Gatsby generates our site? It starts by looking in that source pages folder to figure out exactly which static pages it should create. In this case, it sees we only have a single file, which means our site is only going to have a single page. Now, the pages you create should indeed be JavaScript files, and those files should export React components. Gatsby will render that React component to figure out what should get shown on the page. That's exactly why we're seeing our 2 bits of text when we visit the root of our site at localhost 8000. Now, the name of the files in the source pages directory is also important. In this case, we've called our file index.js. This is similar to how index.html would be the default page for a website. When you're working with Gatsby, index.js in the source pages folder, that is your home page. So in this case, that's exactly why that content is appearing. Now, to create a new page, all we need to do is add a new file to the Pages directory, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. In total, we're going to add 3 new pages in this lesson. Let's go ahead and get started by adding a blog page to the site. So this is going to be a page where we will eventually show a list of all of the blog posts we've written. To do that, we create a new file in the Pages directory. I'm going to call this blog.js, and like we did with the index.js file, we have to export a React component, which contains the content we want to render. So let's get that done. To start, I'm going to import React. Remember, we need React in order to use JSX, and from there, we're going to set up our functional component. I'll call this one something appropriate for the blog page, like blog page. I'll set this up as a function, and I'm going to return the JSX, which contains the stuff I want to render. In this case, I'll also use a root div, and I'll set up a title and some text. So the header for this page is going to be something like blog or my blog. Then down below, we're going to set up a paragraph element, and right here, I'll just say something like posts will show up here later on, and that's true. A bit later in this bootcamp, we'll actually get a dynamic list of posts showing up below the title. Now, the last thing we need to do is export the component. It's an important step. Otherwise, Gatsby cannot get access to this function to actually render the page. Right here, that would be blog page, exactly as defined up above. Now we can go ahead and save the file, and over in the browser, we have access to a brand new page. This page lives at localhost on port 8000/blog, where this part of the URL after the // is the name of the page file. So in this case, I called it blog over here. That's why we have access to /blog, and when we visit that page, what do we get? We get our component content. I have my header blog, and I have my paragraph text just below. Creating new pages with Gatsby could not be easier. All you have to do is add new JavaScript files to that Pages directory. Now, this bootcamp is not just you watching what I'm doing. I've also included challenges which require you to use what you've learned to continue to build on the site. So down below, let's talk about what I'd like you to do, then I'll give you some time to go off and do it before we work through the solution together. So the big picture goal is to create an about page and a contact page. So you'll be adding 2 new pages to our site. By the end, we'll have 4 in total. Step 1, create that about page. You can include a page title and a bio, use an H1 for the page title, and a paragraph or 2 for the bio. Then you're going to create the contact page. For that one, include a page title and your contact details as well. Now, when it comes to the file names, which end up being the URLs, you can just use about and contact. Finally, test your work. Once you have that code in place, actually visit those URLs in the browser and make sure you see your pages showing up. So take some time to knock this out, test your work, pause the video when you're done, come back, and click play. How'd that go? Let's get to it. Step 1, I'm going to create a new file in the Pages directory for the About page. Now, I'm going to go with About as the URL, though maybe you wanted to do something like About Me or even just me. In this case, About.js. I'll start by importing React from React, and then we'll set up our component. So a new constant, About page, or something similar. We'll set up the function itself, and we'll return the necessary JSX. Like I had with my other pages, I'll have a root div with all of the content right inside. I'll have an H1 that says About Me. Then down below, I can add a paragraph to the page as well. And I'll say something like, I currently teach full-time on Udemy. Perfect. So once we have this in place, all we need to do is export that component, export, default, about page, and we are halfway done. Now that we have the About page created, let's go ahead and move on to step 2 and create that contact page. So once again, we need to create a new file in the source pages directory. I'm going to call this contact. So that would be contact.js. And in here, we move through that same process, importing React so we can use our JSX, setting up a constant for that component, contact page, and then setting up the component itself and returning the JSX that should get rendered on the page. Now, for the H1, I'll use the text value of contact. Whoops, not contact page. Then down below, I'll set up a paragraph, and I'll just say the best way to reach me is via my Twitter, which is at Andrew_J_Mead. Perfect. Actually, I'll say via that on Twitter. Excellent. So now that we have this in place, once again, just need to export the component, export, default, contact page, and we are done. We have our 2 new pages, which just equals a new JavaScript file that exports a component. Now, let's go ahead and I'll remove those challenge comments. We'll make sure everything is saved, and we'll move on to the final step, which was to test our work. So first up, I'll swap out /blog for /about. I visit that and I see my About page, which is awesome. From there, I'll visit my contact page. Right here, that shows up with the contact details I specified. So at this point, we now know how to create pages with Gatsby. The next thing we want to do is figure out how we can link between those pages. It's already getting a little old, manually typing URLs in the browser bar. So let's jump right into the next video and learn how we can properly link between our pages when using Gatsby. Now that you have a few pages in place, let's go ahead and link between those pages. Now, the most obvious way to get this done would be to use the anchor element provided by HTML itself, and that would indeed work. So let's start with the home page. I'm going to navigate over to index.js, the home page component, and in the browser, I'll navigate over to localhost 8000. All we're going to do is include some text down below, like need a developer, then I'll have contact me, which will be a link over to the contact page. So what am I going to do? Well, over here, I'll add some stuff just below our H2. It'll be a paragraph tag, something like need, a developer ? Then after that, it'll be the link. So here I'm using the a anchor element. The link text will be something like contact me, and I'll set up the href attribute to specify the destination. That would be /contact to navigate over to that page. Now, this is indeed going to work. I save the file, I see my new text and my link on the home page, and I'm going to click contact me. It brings me over to the page as expected. Now, this does indeed work, but you'll notice that we went through a full page refresh. The entire page went away, it went to a white screen, then the contact page was loaded in. Let's see that one more time. So we click the link, we see that flash of content, and the new content appears. That's because we're using the standard anchor element. This is indeed going to work as a tool to link between your pages, but Gatsby actually has a different way you can link between your pages, which comes with a lot of optimizations, allowing the content to be swapped out instantaneously. So let's see that in action, and the first thing we need to do is import something new up above. Right here, for this import statement, we'll be grabbing a named export, so inside of curly braces, that is capital L link, and we'll be grabbing it from the Gatsby NPM module. Now remember, Gatsby is an NPM module that's already installed with our project. Over in package.json, it's listed out as one of our 3 dependencies, so we're good to go. No need to install anything new. And what we're getting access to is link. Link is a React component. when we use link to link between the pages of our Gatsby site, there's a whole bunch of optimization that happens behind the scenes. For example, Gatsby is going to preload the page content you might be heading to, so if you do click that link, it loads instantly, and you no longer get that flash of content between pages. So down below, we'll leave our old example in place and we'll add the new one just below it, need a developer. Then we'll set up our new link using the link component. So right here, I'm going to set that up. Now here we have a separate opening and closing tag, and right in between, we put the text for the link. So once again, contact me, perfect. The only other thing we need to do is specify a prop to the link component. The link component needs the to prop. To is the path we're trying to head to. In this case, it is /contact, exactly like we had up above. So this is the correct way to link between pages in your Gatsby site. And if you're still linking to an external site like your GitHub profile or Twitter, the anchor element is perfectly fine. Let's go ahead and see this in action. I'm going to save index.js. Over in the browser, we'll navigate to the home page. And right here, we see two links, the old one we had before and our new link down below. Now let's pay careful attention to the content as we click the new link. I click it, and what do I see? I can see the new content instantly. No longer do we have the flash of content we got when we clicked that old link. So it's a much nicer user experience. Once again, when using link, Gatsby performs all sorts of optimizations behind the scenes to make sure the new content can be shown in what looks like real time. Well, let's go ahead and remove that first solution which wasn't working so well, and with that in place, we are done with new content. Down below, a quick challenge for you to knock out. The goal is to add a couple of new links to the site. On the contact page, I'd like you to take that Twitter handle and convert it into a link to the Twitter profile. So it should actually take users away from your site over to twitter.com. Now, if you don't have a profile you want to link to, you can just link to any external website like google.com or something similar. For step 2, on the About page, I want you to link over to the Contact page if someone wants to reach out based off of your bio. So make sure to include the correct link there. Finally, test your work. Actually pull up the site, click both of those links, and make sure they work as expected. For this link, the link internally between two of your pages, you should see the content instantly without that flash. All right, knock it out. When you're done, come back and click play. All right, let's get to it. On the contact page, I'm going to link over to the Twitter profile. So right here, I do want that handle in the future, so I'll cut it out, copying it to the clipboard. Then I'm going to set up the anchor element, and since we're working with an external link, we don't need to use the link component. Now the text is going to be exactly the same as what we had before, just the handle itself, and the URL will be specified via the href attribute. That'll be https:// then twitter.com/the handle, which once again I have as part of the clipboard. Perfect. With the link in place, we can always set up the target attribute, setting that equal to _blank, and that's going to open the link in a new browser tab so users aren't completely redirected away from our site. Let's go ahead and test that out. Over inside of the browser, I should have that new link showing up. I click it, it opens up a new tab, and it pulls up my Twitter profile. Now I can go ahead and close that, and I'm still on the contact page. The next link you needed to create was on the About page. On the About page, I wanted you to link over to the contact page. In this case, we want to use the link component as we're linking internally. So I'm going to import the named export link from the Gatsby module. Then down below, we're actually going to use it. Now, I didn't tell you where to put it, so anywhere is fine. I'll just add it down below my other paragraph right here. I'll add a new paragraph. I'll put the link right inside. The link text can be something like "want to work with me," "reach out," and then all I need to do is set up the to prop for the link component. Right here, that'll be a string /contact, and we're done. Now let's head over to the About page and make sure this actually works. If it does, we'll be all done our challenge. So I'm going to remove those challenge comments. I'm going to save every single file in the browser. Let's go to /about. Here we have our new link, which is a good start. I click it. It brings me over to the contact page without that full page refresh, which is excellent. And now that we know how to link between the pages on our Gatsby site, let's go ahead and move on to the next video where you're going to figure out how to create shared components. So imagine we want to take links to the next level, setting up something like a navigation bar that shows up exactly the same for every single page. That is the topic of the next lesson, so let's jump right into that. Your Gatsby site currently has 4 pages, and the content for those 4 pages is completely unique. There is no shared content. We type out everything the page should render in the component for that page. Now, this works really well for unique content, but think about things that are shared across multiple pages in your site, like a header or a footer. This is not something we want to have to type out for each and every page. We're going to have duplicate code all over the place. Instead, we want to create a separate React component that all of these pages can use and render. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this video. Together, we're going to create a footer that'll show up at the bottom of every page on our site. Then, as your challenge for the video, you'll create a header for the site pages with a shared navigation, so it's really easy to access all of the content on the site. So let's get started together with the footer. To get started, we need to create a new file for a new React component, the footer. Then, once we have that component in place, all of these pages can import it and use it where they'd like at the bottom of the page. That'll give us a shared footer. Now, this new component file should not go in the source pages directory, since we're not trying to create a new page. We're just trying to create a component that can be rendered on every page. So to do that, we have to start by creating the components directory. And from there, we're going to go ahead and create footer.js. This will be the footer component. Now, the components directory has no special meaning. The files inside of here aren't going to do anything unless they're imported and used somewhere else, and that's exactly what we want. Now, to stay organized, I'll put the footer all the way over here on the right. Let's go ahead and create the component. I'll start by importing React from React, and once we have that in place, we can create a new constant called footer, and that's where I'm going to store my functional component. And I'll set up the content I'm going to render. In this case, it'll be the footer element as the root element. And right inside of there, all I'm going to do is add a paragraph, and I'll put in a little text, like created by Andrew Mead. You can use your name there. Then I'll put the copyright information, so copyright 2019. Now, on a Mac, to generate that symbol, that is Option G. I'm not sure what it is on other operating systems. You could always type out the full word copyright. The last thing to do is to export the component from this file. Otherwise, we'll never be able to access it. So export as the default export footer, and there we go. Everything in this file is done. We can now import and render this component on the various pages for our site. Let's start with the one page we already have up. That's the contact page. Right here, I have the contact page component. To start, I'm going to go ahead and import the footer. So I'm importing the default export, calling it footer, and I'm grabbing that from a file relative to this one. So I'm going to start off with ... to get out of the pages directory where the current file lives. Then it's /components since I'm looking for a file in there, and it's called footer, leaving off the JS file extension. Now that we have the footer component imported, it can actually be used on the page, and in this case, it's going to make sense to put the footer at the bottom where it belongs. So right here, just before that closing div, I'm going to render the footer component. Now, if I save things, what do I see in the background? I can see that my contact page does have the footer, which is a great start. Using React components, we're able to compose our pages, and nothing we're doing here is Gatsby specific. Here, we're just using the fundamentals of React. So I'll do the same thing for the About page, importing the footer from. We're going out of the Pages directory into Components, and there we have footer. And I'll copy this line to the clipboard so I can use it for my other files. Right here, before that closing div, we'll render the footer component. And then let's check out the About page. So I head over to /about, and right here I can see the footer is showing up, which is great. Now let's take this over to the other two pages, blog and index. So for blog, I'll paste that import statement in. Then just below, where we have that closing div, that'll be footer to render it. And finally, for the home page, so right here, importing the footer component and rendering it near the bottom of the page content. Perfect. The last thing to do is to check those two pages, the blog page and the home page. I'll go to /blog and the footer shows up. I'll go to just the root, and here the footer also appears. Now we have a single place to manage the footer content, and if we wanted to update something like the year, I would simply type it in, save the file, and now that change is going to be reflected on every single page for the site, which is exactly what we want. All right, I'm going to change that back over to 2019, and now it's time for you to do something similar, but for the page header. So let's talk about what you're going to do for this challenge. The big picture goal is to create a shared page header. So step 1, set up a header component. That component should render a site title, so a title for the entire site, and it should include links to all 4 pages. So this header component is going to contain our main navigation. Now, don't worry about creating the perfect semantic HTML structure. You can just get all of this content shown to the screen, and as we work through the challenge solution, I'll go ahead and set up the semantic HTML markup. Down below, next up, make sure the component you create gets rendered at the top of every single page for the site, all 4 of them, then test your work. You should be able to see your navigation bar, and you should be able to click between all of the links to navigate to the 4 pages on your site. So take some time to knock this out, test your work. When you're done, come back and click play. How'd that go? Let's get to it by first creating the new component. So this is going to be a new component in that components directory called something like header. So that's header.js. And in here, we're going to import React since we're going to end up using some JSX to render the header component. And I'm also going to import that named export link from Gatsby, as I do want to set up the navigation links as well. Down below, we can actually create the footer constant and set up our function for the functional component. Now, I mentioned that your job was to just get the content rendered to the screen and not to worry too much about the correct semantics for this sort of thing. In this case, though, we will work through that together. So I'm going to start with the header element. From there, I'll set up an H1 with the text of Andrew Mead, which I'll use as the title for this site. You could have used any text you wanted to. Then we'll focus on the navigation menu. So for this, we want to start with the nav element. Then we're going to create an unordered list. And in there, we'll have a list item for each and every link. So this is the basic structure we're going to use. And the first list item will contain our first link, in which case I'll just link to the home page. So right here, a new instance of the link component. The text is home, and where are we going to? We're going to /. Down below, I can set up another list item with a second link. For this one, I'll go to the blog page, though the order of the links was not important as long as all 4 are showing up. Then from there, it's about followed by contact. So I'll knock out about first. That is going to go to / about, and finally setting up the list item for our last link. This link going over to the contact page, so to / contact. So this is the basic structure for our header component. The end result is our site title and 4 links showing up to the screen. Now I actually called this footer. That is a mistake. I should have called that header. Just down below, let's go ahead and export our new component. So export default header, and all we need to do from here is import this file and render it somewhere on the site, and in this case, I want to do that for all 4 pages. So that is step number 2. I'll start with the contact page, so right here. Actually, I'm going to start with the page showing up, which is the home page. So right here in index.js, I'll start by importing the header from, that's // components / header. And I'm going to copy this line to the clipboard so I can use it in my other page components. Just down below, as the first thing I render, I'm going to render the header component. And if I save the file, I should see that showing up, and it is. Here I have home, blog, about, and contact. And if I click one of those links, like the blog link, it brings me over to the blog page, which is awesome. Now the blog page itself doesn't have a nav menu, so let's fix that. Here, I'll paste in my import statement. I'll set up the header component, and I'll do the exact same thing for my other 2 pages as well. First up is about, rendering the header, and last up is the contact page. Perfect. Now, once we have this in place, we'll have that shared navigation. And the final thing we need to do after saving the contact file is to test our work. So right here, I'm on the blog page. I'll go to home, then blog, then about, then contact. And we can see that on each and every page, we have our header showing up top, and down below, we have our footer. So when we're working with Gatsby, we can compose our site of various components exactly like we're able to when we're using React in any other context. The only important thing to remember is that if we're creating a React component that's not meant to be an entirely new page, that should not go in the source pages directory. In this case, we're putting it in the source components directory, but this directory could be called anything you'd like. Its name is not important. All right, that's where we're going to stop for this one. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you'll be taking your pages to the next level by creating a single page layout component. So you can think of this video as a continuation of the last one. In the last video, we set up our header and footer, and in order to render them on every page, we had to import them on every page and then manually set them up in the correct position 4 times. Now that was 4 times for 4 pages. As our pages grow and our layout shifts, that's going to require us to make even more changes to every single page component. What we're going to do here is set up a universal layout component that we can easily use to create a new page with just a couple of lines of code. So let's see what that's going to look like and how it's going to help us. To start, let's create a new component in the components directory, and this is something we're going to call layout.js. And eventually, this will be the only component that our pages need to import in order to get up and running. Now, we're going to focus on layout.js and index.js. If we can get the layout to work here, it'll be really easy to add it to the other 3 pages. So to start, let's create the basic structure of the layout component. Right here, we're going to start by importing React from React. Then we'll set up the layout constant. Right here, it's a functional component where we return some JSX, and I'll start off with a single root div. Now down below, we'll go ahead and export this component. So that's going to be export default layout, and we're done. Well, we're done for now. Let's actually try to use this over in index.js and see what happens. So here's the big picture goal. I want to be able to remove all of the components that are used on every page and just use that single layout component instead. So that's the only one I'm going to end up importing. I'll import layout from /components/layout, and then we're going to use it down below. Now here's what that's going to look like. I'm going to recreate the return statement, and I'll remove the duplicate one in just a second. Right here, we're actually going to start by rendering layout, and the stuff we want to put on the page, the stuff unique to the page, that goes right inside. So for us, what's unique? Well, it's not the div or the header or the footer, it's just this stuff right inside. So I'm going to copy those three elements. I'm going to paste them into layout, and this is the end goal of what we want. Now, currently, if I remove that duplicate return, this is not going to work as expected. I'm going to save index.js. I'm going to navigate over to the home page, and what do we have? We have a blank screen. That's because we're passing stuff to the layout component, this stuff right here, but it's not actually rendering it. So what is it rendering? It's just rendering an empty div. Well, in React, we get access to the content inside of a component via the children prop, and that's exactly what we're going to use to get all of that other stuff rendered. So right here, inside of layout.js, we get our props, and we're going to use one right here. We are going to render props.children, and I'm just putting that inside of curly braces to reference that JavaScript variable. Now, what is props.children? Well, it's the JSX passed in. So it is JSX for these three elements. Now, all I'm going to do is save layout.js. Over here, what do we see? We see that on the home page, we now have our home page content, which is a good start. From here, we can customize the layout component to add stuff that's going to be shared on all pages like that header and footer. So I'll import the header from right here, that is /header, and I'll do the same thing for the footer. And then finally, we're going to use both of those. Now the header is going to go just before the individual page content, so I'll put that right here. And the footer is going to go just after that content, exactly like we had before. The nice thing, though, is that if I want to adjust the layout further, I no longer need to go into the individual page components. Instead, I just adjust the layout component, which now maintains the page layout. And here we go. Our index.js file is much simpler. It's concerned with a lot less. And over here, we have the exact same stuff rendered to the screen that we had before. I have my header with my nav links, and down below, I still have my footer as well. So using the layout component is just going to make our lives a whole lot easier. Now let's go ahead and integrate that into the other three pages for the site. Over in Visual Studio Code, we can start with the blog page. So right here, we no longer need to import those two things. We're just going to import layout from /components/layout, and I'll copy that line to the clipboard for now. Then down below, we have to use it. So right here, we need to restructure what we have. We render the layout, and inside of there, what do we put? We put what we have right here. So I'm going to move that just inside, and I'll delete the old div I had before. And there we go. The blog page is now also powered by that layout, having the header and footer set up behind the scenes. Now let's quickly do the same thing for the other two pages. So right here, pasting in the layout import, then setting that up down below, and moving the unique content for the page, so this stuff right here, just inside, and deleting the old structure we had. Perfect. Last up is the contact page. So once again, using the layout and putting the unique content just inside. Excellent. So in the last two videos, we had to do a little bit of restructuring, going into each and every component file, which can be a little bit of a pain at first, but now it's done. All of our pages are powered by the layout, and no longer are we going to have to move into individual pages and adjust the same thing in every page. If you find yourself doing that, it's probably something that needs to be broken out into a standalone component instead. So over here, let's just go to the About page and the Contact page to make sure everything is working. And there we go. We have a basic static site created and powered by Gatsby. Now, we're not done, not by a long shot. There's a lot more to cover. And what I want to focus on in the next few lessons is styling your Gatsby sites. So let's go ahead and dive right into that, starting with the next lesson. You now have a decent amount of content on your Gatsby site spread across 4 pages. The only problem is that all of this content is unstyled and looks pretty terrible. In this lesson, you're going to start to learn how you can style your Gatsby sites using CSS. Along the way, this video also covers the process of installing and setting up Gatsby plugins, which allow you to further customize your site. In this lesson, we'll be using a Gatsby plugin to enable sass so we can take advantage of all of the great features of the SCSS syntax. But let's get started with some basic styles, getting those applied to the site. In Visual Studio Code, the first thing we're going to do is create a new place for our site styles. Now, I'm going to close all open editors. There's no need to have all of these files open anymore. And down below in the source directory, this is where we're going to add a new folder. I'll call this something like styles. Once again, the name is not important. And in there, I'm going to put a new file called index.css. This will be the start of the styles for our site. And to make it obvious whether or not these styles are being included, all we're going to do is use the universal selector to select every element on the page, and we're going to change its color over to red. Now, by default, we can see these styles are definitely not being applied. Nothing over here is red, and this is correct. By default, Gatsby is not going to load in any of your style sheets. It's up to you to import them, and in this case, we're going to import our base style sheet from the layout component, as the layout component is used on each and every page. So all we need to do is set up another import statement to get those styles included in the static site that Gatsby generates. Right here, importing, that's going to be ... to get out of the components directory /styles/index.css. Now, with just that one line added, we can save the component and we can see that the styles are definitely being applied as everything is red. And there we go. We now have a style sheet loaded in, and we could write every style for our entire Gatsby site right inside of here. Now, that's not the approach we're going to take. We're going to break things up a little bit, but this is a great starting point. Before we go any further, what I want to do is enable a CSS preprocessor. Here we'll be using sass, allowing us to take advantage of the SCSS syntax, so we can use all of the great features, functions, mixins, and other tools it provides. Now, to do that, we are going to use our very first Gatsby plugin. You can find a list of all available plugins on the Gatsby site. That's Gatsby.js.org, and here's the site I had pulled up earlier in the Bootcamp. Now, in this case, we're looking for the plugins page. This allows us to search through all of the available plugins to find the one we're looking for. Now, this list includes both official plugins released and maintained by the Gatsby core team, and it also includes third-party plugins written and maintained by members in the community. So right here, the one we're looking for happens to be an official plugin, and if I search for sass, here it is. It is Gatsby plugin sass. So currently, I can use the import statement to import a CSS file, but if I tried to import a sass file or an SCSS file, Gatsby wouldn't know what to do. Once we have this plugin correctly installed and configured, it will all work as expected. On the right-hand side, we have the documentation for this particular plugin. Here we need to install a few things and add a little bit of configuration, and we're going to work through that process together. So let's go ahead and set up support for this by moving into the terminal, shutting down the development server, using clear to clear the output, and finally using npm install. So right here, that's npm install. And the first thing we're going to install is the plugin. That is Gatsby -plugin -sass as seen over here. So all of these are the names of the npm modules. And the other thing we need, which is mentioned in the docs for this plugin, is node sass. So this module is responsible for actually converting the files down to regular CSS. And this plugin just allows us to actually do that from a Gatsby site. Now we can go ahead and run this installation command, installing both of those tools. And once that's done, all we need to do is configure our Gatsby site to actually use that plugin. It's not enough to just install the plugin, it actually needs to be configured. Now, this is done via a file that currently does not exist in our project, but we can go ahead and create it. It needs to live in the root of our project, and it needs to be called Gatsby-config.js. Now, there's a lot we can do in this file, as we'll explore throughout the bootcamp. One of the core things we can do in here is configure the plugins we want to use, and that's exactly what we're going to end up doing. This config file just needs to export an object, but it's important to note that this is a Node.js file, so we need to use module.exports, setting that equal to the thing we want to export, in this case, an object. Now on here, one of the main properties we're going to end up using in this config file is plugins. Plugins is an array, and here we can configure all of the plugins we want to use. Now, in our case, we only have the one plugin, so we're going to provide that as one of our items in the plugins array, and all we need to do is list out the name of the plugin. That is Gatsby-plugin-sass. We can save the file, and now we're actually ready to use SCSS or sass in the project. So down below in the terminal, make sure to stop your development server if it's running. Mine's not. And then we're going to start it up again, npm run develop, and once it's up, it's going to be using this plugin, which means we can now create and import SCSS or sass files. So I'm going to do just that. What I'm going to do is take index.css in the styles folder, and I'm going to rename it. I'm going to call it index.scss. Then what I'm going to do is import that file instead of importing the file that no longer exists. I just add the S, save the layout component, and now our site should be back to a nice working state. Here, everything is still shown in red. And if I go over to the style sheet, I could change that to blue, save the file, and I can see that my change is indeed being applied. With that plugin in place, we should also be able to use all of the great SCSS features. So I'm going to create a variable up above using $, followed by the variable name, and I'll store the green color inside of there. Then down below, instead of just providing the color, I'll reference it via that variable. So $color. Now, this would not work in regular CSS, but we're not working in regular CSS. We are in an SCSS file, and right here I can see that green is showing up. So there we go. With a little bit of configuration, adding just a few lines of code to our new file, we're able to tell Gatsby that we want to use a Gatsby plugin, allowing us to customize the functionality for our site. Now let's go ahead and wrap up the video by grabbing a nice base set of styles we'll be using for the project. You can grab these styles by heading over to the browser and going to the following URL. That's links.mead.io/Gatsby styles. Now this is just going to redirect you over to a GitHub gist, and here we have a very long style sheet. This is what we're going to copy over to our project as our starting point. So right here, I'll click the raw button to pull up the raw file content. I'm going to highlight everything using Command A or Control A, depending on your OS. Then I'll copy it to the clipboard and paste it over here in index.scss, removing the stuff we had before. Now, with this in place, we should notice a pretty big change to how our website looks. Over here, what I'm going to do is pull up the site. We'll notice it's no longer in green, which is good. And we'll also notice that it's definitely a little bit styled. We have nicer font families and a little bit of spacing, along with nicer font sizes. Now, obviously, we're not done styling just yet, but using that base set of styles, we'll be able to further customize these styles for our project. So that's where we're going to stop for this video. We now know how to add basic styles into our Gatsby project. And in the next lesson, we're going to take that to the next level by learning about CSS modules. That is my favorite way to style React components. So let's go ahead and jump right into that. Welcome to part 7 of the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. In this one, we'll continue to talk about styling our Gatsby sites, and the focus is going to be on CSS modules. CSS modules are supported by default in all Gatsby projects, and it seems to be the preferred way to style Gatsby sites, as it's covered extensively in the official Gatsby documentation. Now, with CSS modules, we're not learning a whole new language. It is just CSS with a slight tweak, making it really easy for us to create complex web applications without complex styles. So let's go ahead and get started with the basics. Let's get started by closing all open editors, and we're going to focus on just one of our components for the moment. That's going to be the header component. We want to add some styles to this, making the header look a little bit nicer. Now, to add those styles, we'll be creating a new style sheet. Right here in the components directory, I'm going to call this header.scss, and in here, we'll put the styles specifically for the header. So as an example, let's say we want to style the links. Here we are targeting all anchor elements. And then we'll just set their color equal to a nice gray. Right here, the # followed by the hex code. I'll use the number 9 6 times for that gray color. Now, if we save the style sheet, none of these styles get applied since this isn't being imported anywhere, so let's fix that. In the header component, we're going to import that style sheet just like we did in the last video when we imported this style sheet into the layout component. So right here, import, I'm going to import the following file, that is ./header.scss. Now, if I go ahead and save the component, we can see that all of the links in our header are styled, which is a great start. One thing you'll notice, though, is that it's actually all of the links on the site. Right here, the link to my Twitter profile, that's styled in gray. And if I go to the home page, other links like the Contact Me link are also showing up in gray. So it's important to note that just because you're importing a style sheet in a particular component doesn't mean those styles are scoped to that component. In this case, we are selecting all anchor elements on the page, not just those that exist inside of the header. So this is an important thing to note. Now, what's the solution if I want to just target the links in the header? Well, there are a lot of different things we could do. A simple approach without CSS modules would be to target by class name, something like link. Then I can use that class name wherever I want to apply those styles. So inside of the header component, I could add class name on to the link. This is the React prop class name, and I'll just set this equal to the class I picked, link, and over here in the browser, we now have that gray home link. Now, this is a great start, but it's important to remember that those styles are still globally accessible. So if other components in our large application also want to style their links, and they use a generic class name like link, we're going to run into a problem where we have styles from multiple files overriding each other, leaving us with a big mess. Now, the solution before CSS modules existed was to do something like use a naming convention that would allow us to create longer, more complex class names, though they were more likely to be unique. So something like header link instead of just link. Then if I wanted a link styled in the footer, I could use something like footer link and so on. So we can't use those generic class names because there's a high chance of conflicting styles, and the solution is to have a whole bunch of complex class names. That's not ideal either. The solution we're going to use to solve this problem is CSS modules. CSS modules make all of the class selectors in the module style sheet locally scoped, which means that we have to manually import them and use them, and we'll see what this means in reality in just a second. For now, let's notice one thing. We have our two files saved, and that home link is gray. All we're going to do is enable this file to be a CSS module by changing its name. We're going to change the file extension. Down below, I'm going to rename it to header.module.scss. Now, you could also use header.module.css if you did not want to use the SCSS syntax, though in this case, I'll keep it in place. Now, right away, our app crashes, and that's expected. We're trying to import a style sheet that no longer exists. So let's adjust the name here, .module.scss. Now, if I save both files, it's no longer crashing, but you'll notice that our link is also no longer gray. I have the class name link right here, and I'm also targeting it over here in this file that's loading. So what's going on? As mentioned earlier, when we're working with CSS modules, our class selectors, they are no longer globally applied. Instead, they're locally scoped. It's something we need to import as part of the import statement and then apply directly to that element. So let's see what that looks like. The first thing we need to do is change our import statement. I'm going to comment out the old one and add a new one just down below. Here, I'm importing the default export. I can call it whatever I want. I'm going to call mine header styles. And we're grabbing that from the same file, .header.module.scss. So when we're working with a CSS module, we actually get a default export. This is an object which contains properties for every class we've defined in the module. In this case, we just have one link. So what we have is an object with a single property link. We can use that property to apply that style. So no longer are we going to have a static string for the class name. It's going to be dynamic. So class name equals, inside of curly braces, the following: header styles dot link, where link is the name of the class chosen over here. Now, if we go ahead and save the header component, we'll see that once again, our link is gray. Everything is back to working as expected. And the great thing about CSS modules is that we're being explicit. I'm explicitly loading in a set of styles from a specific file. and I'm applying them directly to the element, so there's zero chance of some sort of global style coming in and messing things up from another component, and that's what we want. We want our components to be self-contained and easy to update and work with. So now that we have this in place, let's take a look at what exactly is happening over in the HTML for the site. I'm going to open up the Chrome Developer Tools in the browser. You can always go to the menu, More Tools, Developer Tools to find them. And here I'm looking for the Elements panel, and I'll use this selector by clicking it and picking an element on the page. I'm going to click that home link, and it's pulled up down below. Now here we can see we do have the class attribute, and there is a single class inside of there, but it's not something we ever created. It is header module, followed by link, followed by a random series of characters. This is the class name generated by the CSS module that keeps our styles unique, even though we're using a generic class name like link. We could target links in other components in our project by using the exact same selector without any chance of overriding the ones in the header. So now that we've seen how CSS modules actually function, let's continue working with them to style the rest of the site. To get started, I actually want to add a CSS module for the layout component. So right here, in the components directory, that's layout.module.scss, and we're going to crack open the layout component as well, and I'll just stay organized up above with the header stuff, then the layout stuff. Let's get started adding a few styles to the layout, allowing us to center the content on the site so it's not all pushed up against the left-hand side. Let's start with a new selector, selecting the container class. And right here, we're going to set up a few basic styles, starting with the margin. I'm going to use 0 and auto to center things left to right. And we're also going to set up a max width for the site. I'll use something like 750 pixels. And finally, a little bit of padding on all four sides so the content isn't pressed up right against the edge of the browser. Right here, 1 rem should get the job done. Now we have to import this module in the layout component and actually use those styles. Right here, import layout styles from ./layout.module.scss. And once we have that in place, we can apply that to our div right here. So this one is going to have a class name equal to. On the layout styles object, we have that container property. Now, if I go ahead and save things, we can see all of our content has disappeared because it's now centered in the browser, which is obviously a nice step in the right direction. Another thing we're going to do with the layout is set up a sticky footer. So right now, the footer kind of gets pushed up the page, especially on shorter pages. It would be nice if it was always at the bottom of the site. To get that done, the first thing we're going to do is create another div inside of the layout component. So right here, let's set up that new div element. And we're going to put the header and the page content inside of there. The footer is going to be just outside of the div, and this is a common HTML structure for a sticky footer. Right here, we'll end up applying a few styles to this div. Let's get started over in the layout module. Inside of the container, we need to add a few new styles in order to get everything working. The first thing we're going to do is set up display. Setting display equal to flex, we're going to enable flexbox here. And the flex direction for the container is going to be vertical, since we want the content and the header above the footer, not left and right. So right here, we're using column as opposed to the default value, which is row. I don't want the footer on the right. I want it on the bottom. The last thing we're going to apply to the container is min height, setting that equal to 100 VH. This is the viewport height. So here I'm setting the container height to the screen height. Now that's the minimum height, so it could always get bigger on longer pages, and that's what we want. Only other thing we need to do is style that new div we created. I'll set up a class content for this with flex grow set to 1. That's going to allow that container, this container right here, to grow as needed, leaving just enough space for the footer in place. So the layout module is all done. We have our styles in place. Over here, all we need to do is apply the class name prop to that new div, layout styles dot content. I save the program, and over in the browser, we can see we have the sticky footer in place. So on the contact, about, blog, and home page, that footer stays where it's supposed to. Now, if the site content was shorter, it wouldn't be at the bottom still. You'd still have to scroll to see it, which is exactly what we want. So now that we have the layout styles in place, let's go ahead and head back over to the header, as we are going to add a few more styles here. So inside of the header module, let's get to it. First up, I'm going to add another class selector for header to add a little more space for the header. Right here, padding is going to be 1 rem on the top, 0 on the left and the right, and 3 rem on the bottom. So we're just trying to put a little space between the header content and the other stuff on the page. Now, if we head over to the header component, we can apply that right here. So class name equals, that's going to be header styles.header. Perfect. Now over in the browser, those styles should have taken effect, and they did. Perfect. Now let's continue on to the H1 shown on the header. I actually want this to be a link to the home page as well. So what I'm going to do is set up the H1 and put a link right inside. This link is going to have the same text I had before, so the text value will still be Andrew Mead. And we're going to send them to the home page. So this is like clicking a site's logo and going to the home page. I want to be able to do that same thing here. So if I'm on the contact page, I click the name and I go to the home page. Now, clearly, we have to add some styles to that, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So in the header module, we'll set up a new class selector for the title. And right here, we're going to do a couple of things. First up, setting the color equal to black. That is the hex code with 6 zeros. Then we're going to set the font size equal to 3 rem, making it a little larger. And finally, setting text decoration to none, removing the underline effect we get with links by default. Now let's apply this to that link. So right here, class name equals header styles.title. I save the program, and over in the browser, we can see that this is still a clickable link, but it's now styled to look like regular text. And you could swap that out with a company logo or whatever you wanted to. Next up, let's focus on styling the navigation list so we can get rid of those bullet points and put the items left to right as opposed from the top to bottom approach, which we currently have in place. To style that, we'll be styling our unordered list right here. In the header module, a new class selector, nav list, and we're going to apply just 3 styles. First up, display flex. This is going to stack those items left to right, which is what we want. I'm also going to set up list style type, setting it equal to none. That's going to remove the bullet points, which we don't want. And finally, I'll set margin to 0 to clear the default margin values that our lists typically get. Over in the browser, we can see that none of our changes have taken effect. I forgot to apply that in the component. So right here, class name is going to equal header styles dot nav list. So here we have a camel-cased version of what we typed out in the CSS, and our styles are applied. Perfect. The next thing we're going to do is add a few more styles to the individual nav items. We added just one as an example, but we're going to add a few more. Right here, I'm also going to change the selector. I'll change it from link over to something like nav item. Now, the color is going to stay in place. I'm also going to adjust the font size, setting it to 0.9 rem, a little bit smaller than it currently is. I'll also add a margin on the right so the items aren't jammed right up against each other. 1.3 rem on the right. And finally, text decoration, setting that equal to none once again to remove that underline effect we were getting. Now we can use this for all 4 links in the navigation. So right here, I'll take that first one and I'll swap it out from link over to nav item. And down below, I can just copy this class name definition for the other ones. 1, 2, and 3. And I can see I have a little auto formatting from my Visual Studio Code editor. Perfect. Now let's save the program. Over in the browser, what do we get? We have a nice styled header. I have my links to my pages sitting below the header text, which is also clickable. Now, when we're using CSS modules, we can still use pseudo classes or anything else we might want to use. So let's say that on hover, we want to adjust the color of the link item. We can do that. Nav item, then hover. So when someone hovers over that with their mouse, we'll just change the color to something a little darker. Right here, hex code is 6 times. Perfect. Now we can test that out over in the browser. I have my links showing up. I hover over them, and I can see they're getting a little bit darker, which is exactly what we wanted. One more thing we can do with the link component is set up a class name that should get applied when we're on that specific page. So if I'm on the contact page, I could style this link differently, giving the user a visual cue as to where exactly they are in the site. Down below, let's go ahead and get that done. I'll set up something like active nav item for that. And all we're going to do is set the default color to something even darker. This will be the number 6 times, a nice dark gray. Now let's actually apply that over in the header component. Then we'll be all done for styling. So over here, we have class name for all of the links. If you want to set up a special class name for when you're on that page, you use active class name. So right here, I would be setting that to header styles dot active nav item. Perfect. So right here, just matching up with what I had defined over here. Now let's take that definition and move it to the other ones we have just down below, our other 4 links. So I'll add it to the blog link, I'll add it to the about link, and to the contact link. And once we have all of those in place, we'll be able to test our work. Right here, I'm going to save the program. Right here, I can see I'm on the contact page, and the contact link is darker than the others. I go over to the about page, that's dark, blog, home. So now we have a nice navigation system, letting the user know exactly where they are on the site. All right, that's where we're going to stop for this one. Now that we have some styles in place, we're done with what I would consider part 1 of the bootcamp, where we cover the basics of creating a site with Gatsby. In the next video, we're going to start talking about how we can get dynamic data into our site using Gatsby's GraphQL API, so let's jump into that. Welcome back to the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. In this video, we're going to turn our attention towards getting dynamic data into our Gatsby sites using Gatsby's GraphQL API. Now, if you've never used GraphQL before, that's perfectly fine. We'll only be using a little bit of GraphQL with Gatsby, and we'll go over the basics as we use them. So right now, everything shown in the browser is something that's only showing up because it's typed directly inside of the JSX for a React component. All of the nav items, the site title, every bit of text showing on the screen. Now, obviously, that's fine as we're getting started, but as we do want to create more complex dynamic sites, this approach is no longer going to scale. As an example, let's say we were going to introduce the blog to our Gatsby site without using anything new, without using the GraphQL API. Creating a blog post would require you to add a new page to the Pages directory for every single post, and you would end up with a lot of duplicate code, and you would end up writing your blog posts right inside of the JSX for the component, which is never ideal. That's not an easy way to get your thoughts down on paper and organized when you have to manually maintain the HTML structure along the way. The other downside is that you'd also have to update the blog page so your posts showed up here. You would have to manually copy titles and excerpts all over to this page to create a list of all your posts. So, well, it's possible, it's not ideal, and it's not something we're even going to attempt. Instead, we'll focus on getting data via the GraphQL API that Gatsby provides. Now, the best way to visualize this is actually on the homepage of the Gatsby site. That's over at Gatsby.js.org. If I scroll down just a little bit, there's a section called How Gatsby Works. Now, there's a chance this visualization changes over time, but I think this is a pretty great visualization for what's happening here. Everything we're working with so far sits below this line right here. So yes, we're using Gatsby and we're working with HTML, CSS, and React, and we're also getting a version of our site up and running. Now, we're not deploying it to production, we're running it in development, but it's the same idea, and we'll get to the deploy stage a little bit later in the bootcamp. The only thing we haven't touched on is what's up above, the data sources for your Gatsby site. So, where does your data come from when it's not typed directly inside of a React component? It could come from a CMS like Contentful or WordPress. It could come from files on the file system in the form of Markdown blog posts. It could come from any third-party data source, such as a custom API you've created. So this is what makes Gatsby really powerful. We can pull in all of this data using Gatsby's GraphQL API, allowing us to create what is still a static site, but that static site gets generated with dynamic data from third-party data sources. Now, we will progress to more complex data sources like CMSs and Markdown files, but we're going to start with one of the easiest built-in ways we can set up dynamic data in our Gatsby sites, and that is via what's known as site metadata. It's nothing more than an object. On there, we can put key-value pairs for whatever we'd like. As an example, the site title, maybe the Twitter profile name and the author of the site, anything like that we'd want to be able to easily adjust across the entire site. Now, to get that done, all we need to do is go into Visual Studio Code and make a change to that Gatsby config file we've created. So for the moment, I'm going to close all open editors, and we're going to open up just the Gatsby config file, and we're going to add another property onto this object just alongside of plugins. And in this case, I'll call this site metadata. And the name here is important. It needs to be exact. Otherwise, Gatsby's not going to be able to find it. Let's get started by setting up a title property for the site title. I'm going to call mine something like full stack bootcamp perfect. You can choose whatever title you'd like for your own site. Let's also set up one more property on site metadata. I'm going to set up an author property, which I can use throughout the site. And right here, the value for that will just be Andrew Mead. So there we go. We have two pieces of data, and we'll add more onto site metadata later in the video. For now, though, let's figure out how we can actually query this using the GraphQL API that Gatsby provides. Once we've pulled these values into our components, we'll focus on adding more and more data. Now let's actually fetch this data using Gatsby's GraphQL API. And to start, we're going to head over to the browser, open a new tab, and we're going to pull up a URL that's only available when our site is running in development mode. Right here, that is localhost on port 8000 like we had before. then it's /____ GraphQL. So that's __GraphQL. This is going to pull up a tool called GraphQL, which is an in-browser IDE for exploring a GraphQL API. So if you've ever worked with a REST API before, maybe you've used tools like Postman or Insomnia, this is the same idea just for a GraphQL API. So we type our query over here in the left-hand side. We click that play button, it runs the query, and we get our data over here on the right-hand side. So we can use this to mess around with all of the data we have access to, figuring out exactly what we need and where it lives. Once we have our query and we're getting back the data we want, we can move that query into a React component to actually set things up in the Gatsby site. For now, we're going to start by using GraphQL to mess around with the basics of GraphQL. Once we know how to fetch the title and the author, we'll actually bring that into a React component to wire that data up dynamically. If you haven't worked with GraphQL APIs before, one of the great things about them is that they're self-documenting. GraphQL uses an explicit schema, and tools like GraphQL can show you that schema, letting you know exactly what data you have access to and how you can get it. So for us, let's crack open this docs panel on the right-hand side. Now in GraphQL, there are three main operations we can perform: queries, mutations, and subscriptions. When it comes to GraphQL inside of Gatsby, we just use queries to fetch the data from those external sources. So right here, let's go ahead and click on the query, and we can see a list of all of the queries we have access to. There are quite a few, and this list is actually going to change as we move through the class. Later on, there'll be new queries for fetching Markdown pages or for fetching content from a CMS. For now, the one query we're going to focus on is near the bottom of the list, and it's just called Site. So I'm going to click on Site. We can see a few different things about the Site query. I can view the arguments we can provide. We're not going to provide any. And I can view the type definition, which is what we want. So when we grab Site, what do we get access to? Well, if I click that, we get access to all of these fields. I have quite a few different fields. The one that we're interested in is called Site Metadata. Now, if I click on Site Metadata, I can see that is of the following type. I click on that, and I can see what fields I have access to: title and author, the two things we defined over in Site Metadata over here. So let's go ahead and actually run a query to fetch this data. Now I know we clicked through a lot of screens, but once we see the query in action, it'll be a lot easier to figure out what's going on. So step one is removing the comments over there and starting by defining our query. We do this by listing out query. Then we open and close a set of curly braces. And inside of here, we can perform whichever of those queries we wanted to. In this case, we decided we wanted to use Site. So I set up Site, opening and closing a pair of curly braces. And in here, we can list out everything from Site we want access to. For us, it was Site Metadata. Now, this alone is not going to work. We can't just grab everything from Site Metadata. We have to be explicit, grabbing just the fields we're actually going to use. So we set up another pair of curly braces, and I list out what I want access to. In this case, title, and we can see we're even getting a little auto-completion. I can always use that to populate the final value. And there we go, our very first GraphQL operation. We are performing a query called Site. On Site, we're grabbing Site Metadata. On Site Metadata, we're grabbing title. And if I click that play button to run it, what do I get over here? I get my data back. I can see full stack Bootcamp showing up. Now, one thing you'll notice about the response is that the structure of the response is dictated by the structure of the query. Here we have Site, Site Metadata, and title. Here we have Site, Site Metadata, and title. So we get back exactly what we put in, though the fields we requested are obviously populated with the correct values. So now that we've seen a basic query, let's go ahead and run this exact same query from a React component so we can fetch dynamic data into our site. We're going to focus on grabbing the site title like we're doing here, but we're actually going to populate it as the value that shows up in the header up above. Now for us, that means we need to make a change to the header component. So right here, let's crack that open. This data right here is going to end up becoming dynamic. And to get started, we have to grab two new things from the Gatsby library alongside of link. The first thing we're going to grab is called GraphQL, and the second thing we're going to grab is called use capital S static capital Q query. Using these two things, we'll be able to perform a GraphQL query, getting access to the data. Then we'll be able to inject the data right in the JSX down below. So let's do it. Let's start by creating a variable called data to store the data we're fetching from the GraphQL API. Then we're going to call that use static query function. This is going to allow us to query our GraphQL API. Now we're going to call it as a function, and inside of there, we're going to provide a tagged template literal. So right here, we're using a template string, but just before the template string, we're using GraphQL, which is a function. So this is a syntax called a tagged template literal. Essentially, it allows this string to be processed by that function, and in this case, it's going to convert our string GraphQL query over to something that can actually be used, a complex abstract state tree with all sorts of object properties and stuff that we just don't need to worry about. So for us, what we type in this string is exactly character for character what we were typing over in GraphQL. So it's a query. In there, we're using the site query. I'm asking for the site metadata, and on that, I want the title. Now, we're done. We have access to that data, and we can go ahead and use it in the link down below or wherever else we might want to use that data. So for us, I'm going to remove Andrew Mead in the H1 in my header. And we are going to set up some curly braces so we can inject the value. The value is on data.site metadata, and it is title. Now if we save the program, we can actually pull our site up, and what do we see? I see full stack Bootcamp showing up in the header, which is fantastic. We were able to create a React component that fetched data from Gatsby's GraphQL API to come up with something that's dynamic. Now what's cool is that as that data changes, the site will also change. So over here, I'm going to alter that title, adding an exclamation mark onto the end. I'll save things, head over to the browser, and I can see that change is already in place. So this is one way we can access some dynamic data in our Gatsby sites using site metadata. This is great for key value pairs like title, author, your email address, social media URLs, and that sort of thing. So once again, inside of header, what did we do? We worked with use static query to perform a query. We got access to the data, and we injected that somewhere in the JSX. Now that we've done this once together, it's going to be your challenge in the video to do it again on your own. Just up above, I'm going to paste in the challenge comments, and your goal is to run another GraphQL query, fetching the other site metadata we have. So step 1, use GraphQL in the browser to fetch the author, making sure you get the correct value back. Once you know how to fetch the author, update the footer component to display the dynamic author value instead of the static one. So right now, Andrew Mead, that's hard-coded in the footer component. I want this value to come from the site metadata instead. Once you have that in place, you're going to test your work. So actually make sure that you can see the name show up and when you change the name in the Gatsby config file, you should see it change in the browser as well. So take some time to knock that out, pause the video, test your work, and when you're done, come back and click play. How'd that go? Let's get to it with step number 1. So over here in the browser, we're going to use GraphQL to fetch the author. So once again, that lives on site metadata alongside of title. So right here, instead of accessing title, I'll access author, I'll run the query, and I can see that value showing up. So this is what I need to run from the footer component. Let's go ahead and get that done. Over in Visual Studio Code, I'm going to crack open the footer component, and we're going to import those two things we need from Gatsby. Right here, that was GraphQL and use static query, grabbing both of them from the Gatsby NPM library, exactly like we were doing over here. From there, we can actually use these in the footer. Const data equals, I'm going to call use static query. I'm going to use GraphQL with a template string, and we're going to provide our query. The query is using site. From there, we're grabbing site metadata, and on site metadata, all I want access to is the author. Now, we should have access to the author, and I can use it down below. So I'm going to remove the static author and swap it out with a dynamic value. That would be data.site metadata.author, and we're done. Now that we have this in place, let's test our work. I'm going to save the footer component. In the header component, I'm going to remove those challenge comments and save that file too, and hopefully I see Andrew Mead in the footer. Right over here, I do. Now let's actually change that value in Gatsby config just to make sure it's showing up. So I'll swap this out with something else like the author, save the file, head over to the site, and that's what's showing up in the footer. So now we have two dynamic pieces of data in the site, and we figured out how to use Gatsby's GraphQL API, which is a great step in the right direction. All I'm going to do to wrap up is revert that change back to a value that makes sense, and we're done. In the next video, what I want to do is take just a couple of minutes to show you an alternative to GraphQL that you can use with Gatsby. In my opinion, it's a lot easier to work with and comes with a nicer user interface. I'm excited to get to that, so let's jump right in to the next one. Welcome back. In this video, as promised, I just want to take a couple of minutes to explore how you can set up an alternative to GraphQL. This is the default IDE for working with your GraphQL API in Gatsby, but Gatsby also comes with support for another IDE known as GraphQL Playground. It's a lot newer and comes with a much nicer feature set, including some what I would consider essential features. Now, to swap out GraphQL for GraphQL Playground, all we really need to do is set an environment variable on our machines, and we're going to do this in a cross-OS compatible way. So right here, we can close all open editors. We don't even need the source directory for this video, and we're going to focus on package.json. Now, this could be as easy as setting up the environment variable right here in the script. The problem with that is it's not cross-OS compatible, so instead we'll create an environment variable in a separate file which will load in, a very common approach. So right here, a new file in the root of the project called .env.development. In here, we're going to define our key equals value pairs for the environment variables. Now in our case, we just need one. The name is Gatsby _ GraphQL _ IDE, and the value we want is Playground. That's going to enable GraphQL Playground support, giving us that new tool in the browser. So now that we have this in place, the only thing we need to do is actually load this file in when we're using the development server. And to do that, we'll use the very popular env cmd npm package. Down below in the terminal, I'm going to use Control-C to shut down the development server. Then we'll use npm install with the save dev flag, since this is a dependency we only need in development. And from here, we're going to go ahead and set up the following env cmd. So let's go ahead and install this, and once it's installed, we're actually going to work it into our package.json script. So inside of package.json, what are we going to do? We're going to change the development script right here. It's going to use env cmd to load that environment variable file in, then it'll run Gatsby develop. Right here, we're going to modify this script. That's going to be env-cmd, the new tool we just installed. And from there, all we're going to do is provide the name of the file we've created, .env.development, and we're done. Now it's going to load those environment variables in, then run the Gatsby server. So let's save package.json. In the terminal down below, we're going to start it up like we've done before, npm run develop, and once it's up and running, all we're going to do is refresh the GraphQL page over here, and we should see something quite different. I'll go ahead and give it a refresh, and we can see it's loading an entirely new interface. Here, we have GraphQL Playground. Now it comes with the same set of features. I type my query over here, I can run it and see the response, but it's a lot easier to work with. We can manage tabs so we can have multiple queries at the same time. We also have a nicer set of docs that, in my opinion, is much easier to work with. So here we have site. Then we can see all the arguments and our fields below, site metadata, title, and author. So we can see everything in one shot, making it a lot easier to construct the queries we want to perform. So that's it for this video. I just wanted to show you how you could set up support for this new tool going forward. I'll see you in the next one. A couple of videos ago, we went over to the browser and went to the Gatsby homepage to look at the following visualization. Here we talked about how we were going to use the GraphQL API that Gatsby provides to source our data from external data sources. Now, so far, we have done that with site metadata. We were able to pull in some basic information, getting that rendered in our React components, but it's not exactly a great place for more complex data. For example, the blog posts we're trying to create for our site. Storing that inside of that little site metadata object just is not realistic. Instead, we're going to start to focus on creating a blog powered by Markdown blog posts. So inside of Visual Studio Code, we'll be adding Markdown files for each of the blog posts we want to create. Those will then be listed over on the blog page of our site, and we'll also have Gatsby dynamically generate brand new pages based off of a page template for each and every blog post. So that's the end goal. Let's get started by writing a couple of posts. In Visual Studio Code, what we're going to do is put our blog posts in the source directory. For the moment, we can collapse the other directories inside of there, and we can also close all of our open editors. We're going to create a brand new folder in the source folder, and I'm going to call this posts. You could call it something else like blog or blog posts. The exact name could be whatever you want. In here, we're going to add a couple of posts. I'll have one called Gatsby.md, and real quick, I'll create another one. Let's call it React.md. So for the Gatsby post, we're just going to add a little bit of sample text. I'm not actually going to write out an entire post. Let's get started by adding what's known as the front matter for our Markdown posts. So we start with 3 hyphens, we end with 3 hyphens, and right in between, we can add key value pairs for whatever makes sense for us. Now for posts, you might want to include the post title, maybe the date the post was published, a list of tags, the author, whatever sort of data you want to add onto the actual post content. So right here, let's keep it simple. I'm going to set up a title for this post. So that is title : space inside of quotes. I'll call this the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. Then down below, I'll also set up a date right here, 2019, the 4th month and the 4th day. Then we can just put a little bit of content on the screen. So right here, I just launched a new bootcamp. Then I'll set up a second header using 2 hash signs followed by a space. For a new section, I'll call that topics covered. Then down below, I'll just list those out. So I have Gatsby as the first one. I'll go ahead and put GraphQL in there, and last up is React. So there we go. We have some front matter, and we also have our blog post content itself, with a couple of things for Markdown that should end up becoming different in terms of how it looks on the screen. I would expect this to be a small paragraph, and this to be a large header. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the React post. So right here, we want to set up that front matter. The title for this one can be something simple like React, and I'll set the date to an earlier date. So right here, I'll use 2019, the 4th month, but the 2nd day, so 2 days ago. Then I'll add the content below. In this post, you'll learn React perfect. So what do we have? We have a blog with 2 posts, the Gatsby post and the React post. What we need to do is figure out how to get this inside of Gatsby, because once it's in there, we need to transform it from Markdown to HTML, and we need to get that rendered to the screen. Step 1, though, is to tell Gatsby that we're now sourcing content from an external source. It's coming not from site metadata, not from a CMS, not from a third-party API. It is coming from the file system. Everything we need is right here in the posts folder. There's a plugin that's going to let us get that done. Let's head over to the browser and go back to the Gatsby site. If we scroll up a little bit, we're going to head over to the plugins page, and we're going to use the search bar to just search for source. Right here, we're going to see all of the Gatsby plugins that allow us to source data from an external source. For example, BigCommerce, a Postgres database, custom APIs, Instagram, Google Photos, Vimeo, Trello, and more. Now, in this case, we're not trying to source from any of those. Our content lives on the file system, so we're trying to source it from the file system. Right here, source-file system is going to bring up the Gatsby plugin that we're going to use. So this plugin is going to allow us to pull those Markdown files into Gatsby. Then a little bit later, we'll use another plugin to convert them from Markdown to HTML we can actually render to the screen. Let's get started, though, by adding this plugin into our Gatsby project and getting it configured. So over here, we're going to shut down our current development server. I'll use clear to clear the terminal output, and we're going to install that new plugin. So npm install, that is Gatsby-source-file system at the latest version 2.0.28. I'm going to run the command. It is going to set that up, and all we need to do is enable it by adding it to our plugins array over in the Gatsby config file. Now, we've only worked with one plugin before, and it didn't require any customization. I simply listed out its name as a string, and that was enough to get the job done. With the file system source plugin, there are a few options we have to provide, so the setup looks a little bit different. Let's add a second item onto the plugins array, and this second item is not going to be a string, it's actually going to be an object. Now, when we set up a plugin as an object, we still have to provide the plugin's name, and we do that via the resolve property. So right here, as the value for resolve, we type in the plugin's name, that is Gatsby source, file, system, and there we go. This is identical to what we have above. The only advantage is that now we can expand on that object, adding what the file system plugin needs, which is an options object. On options, we have to provide two things, both are strings. First up is a name. We can pick source for this. And the second is the path to the directory on the file system that we're trying to source our content from. So right here, that's path, and we're going to use a template string to get the job done. To start off, let's interpolate a value that is _dir name. If you're not familiar, this comes from Node.js, and remember, this is a Node.js file. That's why we're using module.exports instead of the export syntax. And after dir name, all we have to provide is /source/. So with just this little bit of setup, we're now telling Gatsby to source content from the file system. This includes everything in the source directory, which would also include our Markdown posts. Now that we have this in place, let's start up that development server once again. So down below, npm run develop, and what we're going to do is head over to GraphQL Playground, and I want to take a look at exactly what's been added with the addition of this plugin, because there are two new queries we now have access to. So over in the browser, we'll go back over to the playground and give things a quick refresh. If we head over to the docs, we're going to see we have two new queries that did not exist before. We have file for fetching an individual file, and we have all file for fetching multiple files. Let's go ahead and use all file to explore some of the files in our project. Right here under type details, we can see we have edges. That's what we want. Edges makes it possible to perform pagination. And in there, we have access to node. Node represents an individual file, and here we have a bunch of information about the file that we're currently requesting. We could request its size, the extension, the absolute path, when it was created, the directory, the name, all sorts of interesting things show up inside of here. Now remember, this did not exist before because we were not sourcing content from the file system. Now that we are, we can actually use that right here in GraphQL Playground, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to remove our current query by removing everything from inside of it, and we are going to use all file. And from there, as mentioned, we're going to grab edges, and for each edge, we have the node, and in the node, we have access to whatever we want about that file. Let's go ahead and grab the name, the file's name. We're also going to grab the extension. And finally, I'll choose to grab the directory as well using dir. Now, if I go ahead and run this, we're going to see a list of every single file in our source directory with these three pieces of information. So here I have about with the JS extension, that's sitting in the pages folder, that's correct. Below that, I have blog and contact. I have our index page, the header component, the footer. I have our CSS files in there as well. And if I scroll to the bottom, I can see that amongst those other files, I have my Gatsby Markdown post right here. And down below, I have my React Markdown post. So now we are correctly sourcing content from the file system. From here, the question is, how do we specifically target these Markdown files? And how do we take their contents and convert them into something that's useful for us inside of React components? So this is just step one of about 3 steps to getting the Markdown blog up and running. In the next video, you're going to learn how to transform these Markdown files into HTML you can actually use and render. I'm excited to get to that, so let's jump right into the next one. Welcome back to the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. Now that we have the Gatsby source file system plugin set up, we have pulled in files from the file system, allowing us to access them via Gatsby's GraphQL API. In this video, we're going to take that to the next level. What we want to do is target just our Markdown posts, and we want to parse them from a file like this into content that's actually useful. I want to be able to pull out things like the title, the date, and the post body, so I can render them to the screen. We're going to get started with that process in this video, and to start, we're going to use another Gatsby plugin that pairs with the Gatsby Source File System plugin. So this is going to load those raw files from the file system. The plugin we're about to use is going to look for Markdown files in there, and it's going to parse them into useful data. We can find this by heading over to the Gatsby plugins list. Right here, if we go ahead and search for something like remark, we should find the one we're looking for. It is Gatsby Transformer Remark. So we used a source plugin to pull content from an external source. Now we're using one of the many transformer plugins to transform that content into something useful. And this plugin could not be easier to use. There is zero configuration. We just install it, set it up, and we have access to our post data. So let's see what this looks like. In Visual Studio Code, I'm going to shut down the terminal, use clear to clear that output, and we're going to install it. That's npm install Gatsby Transformer Remark at the latest version, which is 2.3.8. Now, if you're wondering what Remark is, that's a standalone JavaScript library for parsing Markdown files. So all we're doing here is using a Gatsby plugin that runs that library behind the scenes. I'm going to go ahead and run the installer, and up above, we can set this up in our plugins array. At the end of the array, we're going to add a new item, and this is just going to be a string with the plugin name Gatsby Transformer Remark. There's no need for any options like we had up above, as this plugin doesn't require any configuration. Now that we have this in place, we can save the config file. The installation has completed down below, and all we're going to do is start up our dev server once again. So npm run develop, and once the server's up and running, we'll actually be able to access our parsed Markdown posts via the GraphQL API. I'll be able to extract the front matter I want, as well as the HTML for the blog post body. So let's see that in action. Over here, we have GraphQL Playground. I'm going to give things a quick refresh, and if we crack open the docs, under our queries list, you'll notice down at the bottom, we have two new ones. I have Markdown Remark and All Markdown Remark. The first one is used for fetching an individual post. The other one is used for fetching a list of posts, and that would be useful for something like the blog page, where I might want to show all of the posts I've ever published with the most recently published ones up top. So to get started, we're going to use this query to fetch some data about every single post we've created. Now, in this case, we just have two. I'll crack open a brand new tab. We're going to set up the query. We are going to use all Markdown Remark. Then we can take a look at what exactly we have inside of there, and the structure is really similar to the general structure over here with edges and node. In the docs, down below, all Markdown Remark, we have edges, we have node, and node contains things about our post. We have the front matter. This is where we can access the title and the date and anything else we choose to add. And we also have access to things down below, like the HTML for the post, the excerpt, and all sorts of interesting information, like time to read, which is calculated based off of the post's length. So let's go ahead and actually grab some of this data in our query over here. That's edges, node, and in there, let's just start with the title. So the title is in front matter. We're going to grab the title. I'm going to fire off this operation, and what do I see? I can see I have two posts, the first with the title of React, and the second down below with the title of the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. From here, We could grab additional information like the date, outside of front matter but still in Node. I could also grab stuff like the HTML or an excerpt depending on what exactly I needed. In this case, let's grab both. I'll fire off the operation, and right here we can see we have the parsed HTML for our post and an excerpt we could show in our list of posts. Now, this post was pretty simple, but if I scroll down, we can see there's a more complex HTML structure for our more complex post. I have the paragraph, I have my header, I also have my ordered list with the list items that I set up. So all of this markup is based off of what we put in those markdown files. Now that we actually have access to this data via the GraphQL API, we can run queries from our components to pull this data in and use it to render a list of the posts available. Getting that done is going to be your challenge for the video, so let's talk about what I'd like you to do. Over here, we're going to move into the Pages folder. In there, we have the blog file. This is where you're going to spend your time for the challenge, and I'll paste those challenge comments in just above. So the big picture goal is to show a list of posts on the blog page. Now, for the moment, we're not worried about linking to any other page where the whole post is shown, and we're not even worried about rendering the post body. All we want to do is render the title and date for each post. So to start down below, you're going to need to query the GraphQL API, fetching the title and date for every single blog post, using what we just talked about over in GraphQL Playground. Then in the page down below, you're going to render an ordered list using the OL element. From there, inside of the OL element, you want to render a list item for each and every post. The list item should have a nested H2 header tag for the title and a paragraph tag for the date. Now, if you don't remember how to take an array of objects and convert that into a list of JSX elements, you can Google something like render array of objects, React, and that'll get you to the right place and get you the information you need to jog your memory. Now, there's no need to do all of this at once before ever testing things out. Test it in stages. Run the query, use console.log to print the data to the terminal, make sure that looks good and get comfortable with the structure of the data, then use what you've learned there to actually get stuff rendered to the screen. Finally, test your work. On the blog page of the site, I should see my two post titles, React and the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, both with their dates just below. All right, knock that out, test your work, and when you're done, come back and click play. All right, how'd that go? If you ran into any trouble along the way, the good news is, as always, we're going to work through the solution together. Now, I said the solution, more like a solution, as there are plenty of different ways you could have structured this. Now, step one is to query that data, and we can't do that without importing a few things from Gatsby. We need GraphQL, and we also need use static query, grabbing those from the Gatsby library. And once we have both of those in place, we can move into the function for our blog page component and actually set up a query similar to what we have over here. We need the title and we need the date. So const data is going to equal. We'll call use static query, providing GraphQL along with our template string. And in here, we're going to have essentially the same thing we have over here, but without HTML and excerpt, which aren't needed. So right here, let's knock that out. We'll start with query. We're trying to use the all markdown remark query. Then we're going to go ahead and grab edges. From there, node. From there, we need the front matter, which contains all of the data we're looking for. And we want title, and we also want date. Perfect. So now that we have the query in place, let's just use console.log and dump the data to the terminal to make sure this part is actually working as expected. If we get the correct data, then we'll move on to steps 2 and 3, actually rendering it on the page. For now, though, I'm going to head over to the blog page. I'll crack open the Chrome DevTools. Right here, I have the console, and down below, I have an object. This is the data variable. We have all markdown remark, and we have our edges array, where each edge represents a post. Right here, one of the posts, as an example, has that node property. We then have front matter, and on there we have date and title. So the structure we're getting back here is the exact same structure we got back over here. Now let's actually use that to render some content to the screen. So remember, step 2 was to set up an ordered list, and I'm going to do that down below. I'll remove the paragraph. I'll set up the ordered list. And inside of here, we want to put a list item for each and every post we found. That means we want to iterate over that edges array, and we want to take the edges object, and we want to convert that to a list item. So let's actually get that done. Right here, setting up some curly braces, and we're going to access that array. That's data.all markdown remark, exactly like we just saw in the terminal. From there, we grab edges, and that's an array. Now, we have an array of objects, and what we want is an array of JSX elements. So I'm going to use the map function to convert the object over to JSX. Now, in this case, our function gets called one time for each edge, so one time for each blog post. And right here, we'll get access to the individual object, which I'll just call an edge. Now, it's the job of the map function to return some JSX. This is going to show up for each and every post. So right here, we start off with a list item, and I mentioned in there I wanted a header to tag, and I also wanted a paragraph, so I'll set those up as well. Now, all we need to do is pull the title and the date off of edge and put them right inside of these two elements. So we'll start with the title. Over here, we can see that for one of the array items, we have the node property, then front matter, then date and title. So that means over here, it would be edge.node.frontMatter.title. And with this in place, we could test our work so far to make sure at least the title is showing up, and it is. Right over here, I have React followed by the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. Next up, we have that paragraph, and I want to put the date right inside of there. That'll be edge.node.frontMatter.date, identical to what we had up above, just accessing something different from the front matter. Now we can actually remove the console.log call, as we're all done. We have successfully fetched the data and used it to render a list to the screen. If we check things out in the browser, we have our list item 1, the title is React, and the date was April 2nd. And here we have the Great Gatsby Bootcamp post with the date April 4th. With this in place, we've made some really great progress towards what we're working towards. Now, this page is not done yet. We do need to link over to a blog post page, and eventually we're going to include some additional information here, but this is a really good start. Next up, over in the terminal, all I'm going to do is delete the challenge comments, and that's where we're going to stop for this one. We have our query, which is fetching the Markdown Post data. Down below, we're using some JSX and JavaScript to get everything rendered. Now the question is, how do we create a new page for each and every post? I mentioned what we're not going to do is manually add new files to the Pages directory. Instead, we're going to use a Gatsby API that's going to allow us to dynamically generate new pages with dynamic content. So we'll be able to generate new pages where the page content is the blog post content. I'm excited to get to that, and we'll be starting that in the next video. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Now that we have a list of blog posts on the blog page, it's time to dynamically generate pages for each and every post. So if I want to read this post, I click on the title. That brings me over to a new page, and that new page is dynamically generated using the Markdown data from GraphQL and a blog post page template, which is nothing more than a React component. And we're going to use that same blog post page template for every single blog post, since as we saw in GraphQL, we have a standardized set of data. I have a title, I have a date, and I have the body content for each and every post. Now let's head over to Visual Studio Code, close all open editors, and I'm just going to crack open a new file where I'm going to outline what we're going to cover in this video. The reason I'd like to outline things is that we'll be spending a little time working with the internal Gatsby API, and that can be a confusing topic, so it's a good idea to have the big picture in mind. Goal number 1 is to generate a slug for each post. So let's say we have a post like our Gatsby post, that is Gatsby.md, that is the Markdown file. What we want to do is generate a slug, which is nothing more than the file's name stored as a string, Gatsby. That's going to allow us to set up the URL where someone will be able to view this post. Now that URL could be whatever we like. For example, it could be /Gatsby or something a little more complex like /blog/Gatsby. Either way though, we need the slug from the file name in order to set up the correct endpoint where that particular post should be accessible. So that's goal 1, generate a slug for each post. Goal 2 is an easy one for us. We are going to generate the blog post page template. That's nothing more than a React component, and there's not a lot to say about that for now, pretty straightforward. Next up, and the final thing we're going to do, goal number 3, is to actually combine those two. So we want to generate a new page for each post. So in order to generate that new page, we're going to need a template, and we're going to need access to the file and the slug, so we can set up the correct URL where someone will be able to view our new dynamically generated page. So those are the 3 goals, and to get started, what we're going to do is actually create a new file that currently does not exist in our project. In the root of the project, this file is Gatsby-node.js. This is the Gatsby node configuration file, which allows us to tap into a lot of the node APIs that Gatsby exposes. This is what we're going to use in order to generate that slug and in order to dynamically generate those blog post pages. Before we start using these internal APIs, let's check them out over in the Gatsby docs so you know where you can learn more. I'm going to head over to the Gatsby website. We're looking for the docs page. Here, we need to scroll all the way down in the sidebar and go to API reference. Once we're there, we're looking for the Gatsby node APIs. These are all the things we can define in that new file we've created. And on that page, if we scroll down just a little bit, we get brought to a list of all of the different APIs we can tap into using that new Gatsby node file. Now in this video, we'll end up using 2 of them, and the first one we're going to use is on create node. This is what's going to allow us to attach some new data onto the individual node, and what we're going to do is attach the slug. So we have access to the slug throughout the entirety of our application. If you're wondering what a node is, remember it's nothing more than a data structure for storing your Gatsby data. And we already saw this in place with the GraphQL queries that we ran in the last couple of videos. So right over here, we have the all markdown remark query. We grabbed the node to grab individual data about the particular markdown node. Here we grabbed the front matter, HTML, and excerpt. And there were other fields which we didn't grab but were available. So that is the individual node. This API allows us to do something when that node is created. So when a new Markdown node is created, all we're going to do is attach the slug field onto it, and that's nothing more than a string, the file name without the .md extension. So right here, we're going to take this code and bring it over into that file. Now this file is indeed a Node.js file. So right here, what we're going to do is set up module.exports, exporting the very first thing on create node. So that's how we use this file. We export functions, and these functions get registered to Gatsby and run when they're supposed to. In this case, our function runs when a new node is created. Now over in the docs, we saw we get access to an argument, and we can destructure that to get access to the node and to some actions which are destructured down below. Now, we don't need create node, but we do need create node field, so we're going to make sure to grab that as well. Right here, let's destructure this argument, grabbing the node and grabbing our actions. Then down below, I'll destructure the actions, grabbing create node field from actions, and there we go. We have our little boilerplate version of the function in place. Now it's time to actually see what this is going to do for us and how we're going to use it to generate the slug field. First thing I'd like to do is just use console.log to print the node to the terminal so we can see what exactly we get. Now, when we use just this, it's not going to print in a way that's easy to see, so let's pretty print the node instead with the following. Here, we're just going to use JSON.stringify to convert the node object over to a formatted string. That'll make it a lot easier to view things down below. So right here, how do we call stringify? Well, we pass in the object. As the second argument, we provide undefined. This is an optional filtering function. In this case, we want to see everything, so we'll leave that off. And the final argument is the number of spaces we want to use when printing it to the terminal in the formatted version. Here, I'll just use 4. So now we're going to see a pretty printed version of the individual nodes when we restart the server, because that's when onCreate node runs. So down below, let's shut down the terminal. I'll use up and enter to restart the server, and when we restart it, we're going to see our console.log call print a bunch of new objects to the terminal, which is exactly what we got. The first object right here is quite large. It runs from up above, it contains about 24 different properties, and it runs to down below. Now, the only thing we're concerned with about this object is internal. Internal itself is an object, and on there we have a type property. This is the type for the current node, and in this case we can see the type is site page. Site page is a built-in Gatsby type. This is for new pages on our site, and right here we can see this is for index.js in the pages directory, and that is our home page. Now, if we continue to scroll up, we'll see site page nodes for the other pages we've defined. So up above, we have site page for contact. Then we have site page for blog, followed by site page for about. Then we have a page that's generated for us, site page for dev 404 page. Now, don't worry, you're going to learn how to create a proper 404 shortly. But past that, that's where things start to get interesting. Up above, we have a new node, and the internal type is Markdown Remark. These are the nodes that we actually want to tap into. So onCreate node runs for all of the nodes for our Gatsby site. We don't want to do something for all of the nodes. I just want to do something for the Markdown Remark nodes. I want to take that entire file name, I want to reduce it to a slug, and I want to add that as a new field onto the node so it's easily accessible throughout the rest of our app. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Here we have the node for the React post. Up above, we have the node for the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, which also has an internal type of Markdown Remark. So to take this to the next level, we're going to set up an if statement. We're going to look at the nodes, internal type. When it equals markdown remark, then and only then are we actually going to do something. Now, for the moment, we can just take our console.log call and move it inside of there to make sure it's still running when expected. So I'm going to save the file, I'll restart the dev server down below, and now I should still see some logs print, but I should only get two, one for each of those posts. Right here, I scroll up. The first one is an internal type of markdown remark, which is great. Above that, we have our other post, and above that, there's nothing. So no longer are we seeing the nodes for our site pages, and that's what we want. We've now successfully targeted just the nodes we're actually trying to manipulate. Now, if we head back to the node up above, we'll see there's one particular field that does contain the entire file path. That is file absolute path that's available on both of our nodes. And this is what we're going to tap into. We're going to take this, we're going to remove the entire path except for the file. Then we're going to remove the extension, leaving us with just the slug. In this case, Gatsby, or in the case up above, just React. Now, there's actually a Node.js module built in called path, which allows us to manipulate the path, and that has a function which allows us to extract the file name from a complex path like the one we've seen. So we can find the documentation for this at nodejs.org. Here, we want to go to docs. Once we're on docs, we want to pick a version. The API we're using is pretty standardized, so it'll be the same no matter which one you pick. We're going to scroll down to path. These provide a bunch of different methods for manipulating string paths, and we're looking for one called base name. Base name takes an entire path like this one here, and it reduces it to just the file name and the extension. We can use the second argument, however, to remove the extension, leaving us with just the file name, and that is exactly what we're trying to do. So let's go ahead and close down the documentation here and actually get that done. Up above, I'm going to load the built-in path module. Const path comes from requiring path. There's no need to install it as it's a Node core module. And down below, what we're going to do is try to get access to the slug. So constant slug is going to equal. We'll be using path.basename like we just saw in the docs. We're going to provide the path, and we saw that on node, file absolute path, and then as the second argument, the extension .md, which we're trying to remove, and that should leave us with just the slug. Let's actually see if that's the case. I'm going to remove the old console.log call and add a new one into the mix. Right here, I'll print a bunch of @signs to make this easy to find in the long list of terminal output. Then as the second argument, I'll print the actual slug. So I'm going to save Gatsby node. I'm going to shut down things from the terminal, and I'm going to start them up once again, and hopefully we see our little message printing twice, once for each markdown post. Right here, I did see them move by. I have the first one with the slug of Gatsby, and the second one with the slug of React. So we've successfully extracted the data to get the slug. Now we have to call createNodeField to actually add the new field onto the node. And this one really isn't too bad. Down below, we'll remove that console.log call. We're going to call createNodeField, and we need to provide an object with 3 different properties. The first is the node we're trying to create the node field on. Now here, I'm using the shorthand syntax to set the node property equal to a variable of the same name. Then down below, we need to set the name for our new field. I'll go ahead and use slug for this. And finally, the value. What is the value for slug? Well, I have that stored in the slug variable. And that is it. This is all we need to do to achieve goal number 1 of adding the slug on to our markdown nodes. Now let's go ahead and test this out. So I'm going to restart the project from the terminal for the final time. And instead of looking at something from a console.log call, we're actually going to try to grab the slug for our posts over in GraphQL Playground. So over in GraphQL Playground, we can go ahead and check things out. Right here, we have the node with the front matter, HTML, and excerpt. Based off of the new stuff we just set up, we also have something called fields. And fields has a single field, that is the slug. Perfect. Now, if we actually run this, we're going to see that for each post, we do get a slug. Right here, we have the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. We have the slug of Gatsby. And down below, we have the React post with the slug of React. So there we go. That is goal number 1 achieved. We've successfully created a slug for all of those blog posts. The next 2 goals are what we're going to focus on from here on out. Now, originally, I was going to have this all as one video, but let's take a moment to take a break as this went on a little longer than I wanted to. But I wanted to move through the individual steps using console.log so we could actually see what we were doing with this code over here. So that's it for this one. In the next video, we'll wrap things up by setting up the template and actually dynamically generating those new pages. I'm excited to get to it, so I'll see you then. It's time to continue on with our 3 goals. We already have our page slugs. Goal number 2 is to generate a new template for the blog post page. And we're going to do that by creating a new directory in the source folder called templates. Now, the reason I'm creating a new folder is that I want to differentiate the React component we're about to create from the standard components in the components directory or the specialized components in the pages folder. Here, we're working with page templates, and those are going to work slightly differently, so we'll create this new folder. In there, we'll put a new file. I'll call this blog.js, and in here, all we need to do is create and export a React component, the template for our blog post pages. So right here, let's start with the very basics. I'm just going to import React from React. Then down below, I'll set up the blog component, which is just a function, and I'll have it return some static text. Now, I'm actually going to put that text inside of a layout, so let's import layout real quick as well. Importing layout from ... to get out of the templates directory /components/layout. Now we can use it and actually render some content to the screen. So right here, layout. In there, this is the blog template. Now, you'll notice that we're not rendering anything specific about the post, like the title, the date, or the actual body. We'll work on that in just a little bit. For now, we just want to get the basic template file in place. Down below, export, default blog, and we're done. So we have the template in place for each and every blog post page. That is goal number 2. The third goal is to generate a new page for each post, and that's going to require us to use another API from inside of the Gatsby node config file. We can check this out over in the API docs, so right over here. What I'm going to do is scroll to the top of the Node APIs page, back to that table of contents. And the one we're looking for is actually the very first one, as of now, Create Pages. Create Pages gives us everything we need to dynamically generate new pages for the site. Now, down below, we can see exactly how this works. Don't worry, we're going to work through all of this together, and we'll actually be using a slightly newer syntax to make life easier. What I really want to focus on are just these 2 lines right here. We export a create pages function, and Gatsby gets access to that function and runs it a single time. And we destructure that first argument to get access to GraphQL and actions. GraphQL is going to allow us to fetch some data. In our case, we want to fetch those Markdown nodes, which contains the data we need. And on actions, we get access to an action for creating a new page. So let's go ahead and actually set this up, then we'll work through the rest of the function, getting everything in place. So right over here, inside of the Gatsby node file, module.exports. That's going to be create pages with a capital P, and this is just a regular old function. Now I am going to destructure that first argument like we saw them do in those API docs. The first thing we have access to is a GraphQL function. It's actually a little different than what we've been importing from Gatsby in the past. And the second thing we get access to are a bunch of action functions, in this case, just one. Right here, we're going to grab that. It is called create page, and we're going to call it for every new blog post page we're trying to create. Right here, I'm just destructuring that from actions, which is itself an object. So down below, we can now take advantage of this API to dynamically create the pages, and we need to do three things. 1, get path to template. 2, get markdown data. And then finally, 3, create new pages. So these are the three things we need to be able to do, and the first one is super easy. We just want to get the path to that new template we've created. That's blog.js. I'm going to store this in the following variable. I'll call it something like blog template, and this is going to be a path, an absolute path to that file on your machine, starting way back from the root of the hard drive. And to do that, we'll use path.resolve. That'll resolve a partial path, which we'll provide as a string right here. Now for us, this needs to be the path from our current location in the Gatsby Bootcamp folder to the destination, which is blog.js. So that's /source/templates/blog.js. The resolve function itself is going to add everything up front to create an absolute path from the root of the hard drive. Now, the next thing we need to do is actually fetch the markdown data. We need access to all of those slugs so we can dynamically create these new pages. Now, we already know how to query those. We've done just that in GraphQL Playground, and we're going to use a similar query inside of the node file. Now, we don't need to grab anything except for the slug, so the operation we'll be performing is going to look a little bit like this. The end result is that we get a bunch of edges with the slug defined for each. That's all we need. Now let's head over to the file and talk about GraphQL. This is not the same as the GraphQL we've been importing from the Gatsby module in files like our header component. This is actually a function itself that we pass a string GraphQL query to. Right here, that's going to be GraphQL. We're going to pass to it a template string, and in here, we just type out the query we want to perform, exactly like we have over in GraphQL Playground. So it's a query that is all markdown remark, from there edges, from there node, from there fields, and finally slug. So this is what we need to provide in order for everything to get fetched correctly. Now you'll notice that we're not doing anything with the return value. This function actually returns a promise, so we have a couple of different options. I can add a then call down below to get access to the value that eventually comes back, or I can use async await, which is what I'm going to do. So right here, we're going to mark this function as async, then I'll set up a new constant response, and I'll be awaiting the promise from this function. Now, unfortunately, I can't dive deep into async await in this particular video, as I want to stay focused on GraphQL. If you're not familiar with the syntax, though, it is nothing more than a way to make a promise API look a little more unasynchronous. So right here, we have some very synchronous looking code. Down below, we can now do something with the response. Now, what exactly are we going to do? Well, we want to iterate over all of those posts, and we want to run that create page function for each of them. So right here, we have our response, we have data, we have all, markdown remark, and on there we have edges. Now, we're going to use the forEachArray method to run a function, this function right here, for each of those. Now, if we have an array of edges, I could call the individual element something like an edge. And now, inside of here, the goal is to call createPage. So I'm going to call createPage, and I'm going to provide to it an object, and on here, we have to provide 3 things. First up is the component we're trying to render. Now, the component is not an actual React component. It is just the path to the component, and we already have that. Up above, I have the blog template string, which I'll use down below. The next thing we have to add on here is path. So we're creating a new page, but where exactly should someone be able to access the page we're creating? For example, /test would be localhost 8000 /test. In our case, though, it's going to be dynamic based off of the slug that each post has. So I'm going to use a template string that's /blog /the slug. So right here, inside of the template string, we'll interpolate the following value. That's edge.node. Then we're going to grab fields, and we're going to grab the only field we have, slug. So now when I visit /blog /some slug, I'll see that blog post page rendered. Down below, just one last thing, that is context. Context is an object, and this contains stuff we can pass down to that template. Now in our case, the only thing we really need is the slug. If that template has the slug, it can fetch the rest of the data for the post, like the title, the date, and the body content. So right here, we're going to pass the slug through, which you could consider kind of like an ID, as it is unique for each and every post. And right here, we'll just use the following, that is edge.node.fields.slug once again. So this is going to run twice, creating 2 new pages. The first is /blog /react, and the second is /blog /Gatsby. Both are going to be rendered using the template we've defined, and both will have access to a little extra data, which they can later use to pull everything they need about that blog post. Now that we have this in place, we're all done. I know that this in-depth configuration can be a little dry, but if you are interested in using Gatsby, being comfortable with create pages and with onCreate node is essential for doing what we've just done here. This exact same stuff is just as essential if you're pulling your data from a CMS, like we'll see a bit later. For now, though, let's test things out. Down below, I'll shut down the server, I'll start it up once again, and we're actually going to try to visit one of those 2 pages. Let's start with /blog /react. Over in the browser, I'll head back over to the Gatsby site. Here we're on the blog page. Now we don't have links to our post pages yet, so we'll have to manually visit them. I'll go to /react first. If I visit that, what do I see? I see this is the blog template, which is awesome. If I go to /Gatsby, what do I get? I also get that blog template. And if I go over to something else, like /node, what do I get? Right here, I get a 404 page. So there is no node blog post, but if I were to create it, this particular page would exist and we would actually be able to view the blog. So let's go back to one of the post pages that did exist, and there we go. We now have a way to dynamically generate pages. Now, we're not done yet. There's still 2 very important things we want to do. On this page, we actually want to render the post content, and on the blog list, what I want to do is link to the individual blog post pages. Now, that second task is something you already know how to do, so that's going to be your challenge for the video. Then in the next one, we'll focus on pulling in the individual data to the template component. So for the blog page, what you want to do is actually create clickable links for each and every post that heads over to the correct URL. So let's talk about what I'd like you to do. We don't need any of these files any longer, including our little goals list as we've completed all 3 of those. The only file you're going to need is the blog page, and just up above, I'll paste in the challenge comments. So the goal is to link to the blog posts in the list that we're rendering down below. Now right here, to get that done, first you're going to need to fetch the slug for each post by modifying our query down below. Then you need to use that slug to generate a link. Make sure to use the link component provided by Gatsby, and you want that to go to the correct location. So /blog/slug. Finally, test your work. Actually pull up the page in the browser, click those links, and make sure it brings you over to the correct blog post page. All right, take some time to knock out those 3 steps, test your work. When you're done, come back and click play. How'd that go? Let's get to it. And the first thing I'm going to do is grab the link component from Gatsby, as I know I'm going to need it a bit later. Down below, we want to make sure we fetch the slug for every single post. Now we have that query right here. Inside of Node, alongside of front matter, we want to grab fields, and in there, we want to make sure to grab the slug so we can actually use it when creating our link's destination. Now down here, when it comes to modifying the structure, I didn't give you any specific rules for how to create the link or what to put inside of it. So for now, anything works. What I'm going to do is set up the opening tag for link right here, and I'll put the closing tag below the paragraph, making both of those clickable. Perfect. Now all we need to do after indenting things is to set up the to property, and this needs to be dynamic. There is no one static destination. It is based off of the static text /blog/ and the dynamic text stored in that slug field. And for us right here, that would be the following edge.node.fields.slug. So there we go. We have our link in place, and hopefully it's working as expected. Before we actually test this out, I'm going to remove the challenge comments up above, save the component file, and now we'll make sure our link is working. Over here, I have the blog post page, and I am seeing links for both posts. If I click the React one, I'm brought over to the React page. If I go back to the blog page and click the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, I'm brought over to /blog/Gatsby, which is awesome. So at this point, when it comes to the Markdown blog, there is only one thing we need to do. We need to figure out how to actually use the slug in this template to fetch the data, the title, the date, and the post body, because all of that needs to get rendered to the screen. That's what we're going to do in the next video, so let's jump right into that. In this video, we're finally going to render the post content on the post page, replacing our little placeholder text with actual data about the post, like the title, the date, and the post content. Now, to get this done, what we need to figure out how to do is how we can set up a dynamic GraphQL query. This query needs to accept the slug, and it needs to give us back the data for the associated blog post. So over here in our template file, what we have access to is the slug, and we can't just have a static query. We need a dynamic query that actually takes that slug value into account. So to get this done, let's start in GraphQL Playground. I'm going to crack open a new tab. We'll figure out how to use GraphQL variables and arguments, and once we know how to use them, we'll actually integrate that into the blog post page template. You can view the docs to see exactly which query we're going to use. Down below, we've already used all Markdown remark to get a list of posts. Here, we're going to use Markdown remark to get a single post. Now up above, we have the call signature. We have the query name, followed by the list of arguments, followed by what we get back, which is Markdown remark. And here we can see the type details of that. and we've already used this sort of stuff, fetching things like the front matter, the HTML, or the fields, and that's stuff we're going to end up grabbing. If we keep scrolling down, though, to the arguments list, this contains all of the different ways we can target the post we're trying to fetch, and in our case, we're going to target it by its fields. So I'll be using the fields argument, and in there, the only field we actually have is a slug, and there are a few different ways we can target it. We're going to use EQ, which is short for equality. That will allow us to target a post by its slug value. Let's actually get that done. I'm going to collapse the documentation, and we'll set up a sample query right here. Let's get started with the query. In this case, that is markdown remark. From there, we're going to provide our selection set. What exactly do we want to grab? In this case, let's just grab the title. So that's front matter accessing the title. When we actually wire this up in the component, we'll grab more data so we can render it. For now, though, we actually have enough in place to run this. If I run it, what do we see? We see we're getting back an individual post, the Great Gatsby Bootcamp being the title. So by default, if we don't provide any search criteria, it's just going to return the first post it finds. Now, that's not particularly useful for us. We want to target it by the slug value, and to do that, we have to set up arguments for our query. The arguments come right after the query name, and you could list them out right here on the same line, but it's common to break those out into separate lines like so. And inside of parentheses, we can specify the arguments we want to provide. In this case, the only one we want to provide is fields, so that's fields : space followed by the value. Now in this case, the value is an object because we want to target by slug. That's also an object, and in there, we want to target by equality. Now this is just a string. Right here, we can target by any of our slugs, for example, React. So now we're fetching data about an individual post, but it's targeting a specific one. And if I run the operation, I can see I'm getting the data for that post back, which is great. Now I could change this over to Gatsby, and I could run that, and we get that data. And I could change it to Gatsby with 2 Ys, which does not exist, and in that case, we get null, as there is no post with that slug. So this is the basic idea of what we're trying to accomplish. Now that we know about arguments for our queries, the one other thing we need to talk about is query variables. Query variables is nothing more than a set of data passed into your query. Your query can then use that to populate things like argument values. So when we type out our operation in the component, we don't want this data in line. This is static. We want it to be dynamic. So down below, when we're using GraphQL Playground, we can provide query variables by just clicking that item at the bottom and setting up some JSON. So right here, I'm going to set up one key value pair. I'll have the key be slug, and the value will be the slug value like React. This is exactly what Gatsby is going to do, so it's important to understand how these work. Now, what we need to do is set up our query to actually accept that variable slug, and we define that right here after the query keyword inside of parentheses. In this case, like we did down below, we start with the variable name prefixed by a $, so that would be $slug to match up with what we have down below. Then we define the type for slug, so we have to be explicit about that, and in our case, that would be string, that's capital S string, $. Now, I'm not going to dive into the details about all of the other types that GraphQL supports. There's a lot of great content out there on GraphQL, and I also have a Udemy GraphQL course if you're interested. But with this in place, we now have enough to actually use this variable down below as the argument value. So right here, instead of a static string, it is $slug. We run it, and we get our React data. So this is exactly what we need to do from our component file. We can get started by grabbing this entire query and copying it to the clipboard. Then over in Visual Studio Code, we can focus on getting this set up. The first thing we need to do is import something from Gatsby. Right here, I'm going to import GraphQL from Gatsby. Now, in the past, we would have also imported useStaticQuery, but our template files work a bit differently. Instead of calling useStaticQuery, we will instead define our query separately and export it. And the reason for this is that currently there's no way to access the context which contains our slug if we were to work with useStaticQuery. So this alternative approach is going to work really well just for our template files, and this is the only one. So right here, we're going to create a new constant called query, and we're going to set this equal to, right here we'll use GraphQL along with a new template string like we've done before, and then we're just going to paste the entire query in. Now, by default, it's getting reformatted, and that's okay. It just put all of our arguments and variable definitions on a single line. Down below, we're still grabbing the title. In addition, I'm going to grab the date from front matter, and just outside of front matter, I want to grab the HTML for the post as well. Now, to ensure that Gatsby can actually access this query and run it, we need to export query as a named export by just tossing export right up front. So Gatsby is going to grab this GraphQL query, it's going to run it. Now the variable slug is going to come from the context we set up when we created the page. Then it's going to take the response, all of the post data, and it's going to provide that as a prop to our component down below. So we're actually all done up above, and down here, we can set up our props and start to use them. The first thing I'm going to put inside of layout is an H1. We are going to render the title right inside of there. Now here's the structure for that. Right here, it's props.data. This contains the response. So that means on there, we have a markdown remark property. Let's grab that. And once we have that, we can grab front matter and title, and there we go. That's all we need to get our header rendered to the screen. Now let's actually test things out by heading over to the browser, and right here I see the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, which is excellent. So next up, we have our paragraph. I'm going to use the paragraph to render the date. That's props.data.markdownRemark.frontMatter.date. I'm going to render that to the screen and make sure it shows up right here. We have it, which is great. And then from there, we'll continue on with the last thing, which is going to be a container, a div. Now, we already have access to the HTML, and to render an HTML string inside of a component, we set up a div and we use the following prop. It's called dangerously set inner HTML. I type DA and I see it showing up in the auto completion options. This is the one we need to use in order to set our markup from an HTML string. Now right here we provide as that prop value an object. So inside of curly braces, I set up another set of curly braces for the object itself. And the property is __HTML. We set this equal to the HTML string we want to render. In our case, that's props.data.markdownRemark.html, and we're done. Now if we actually save things, we can check it out over in the browser, and what do we get? We get our post. We have a paragraph for our text. We have a header for the header we created in Markdown, and we have a nice list down below for the list we set up. So there we go. We have our complete blog structure. I have the blog page with the list of all of our posts. I can click one to go over to that post. I could then go back to the blog and click on another one. Now that we have the basics of a Gatsby Markdown blog in place, there's just one other feature I want to add to our Markdown blog, which is the ability to set up images in our posts. Once we're done with that, which is the topic of the next video, we'll start to focus on sourcing our content from a CMS. I'm excited to continue on with the bootcamp, so let's explore how we can work with images in our posts. Now that we have post content rendered on our site, what I want to focus on in this video are two final things before we move on to sourcing our content from the Contentful CMS. We're going to focus on adding support for images in our posts, and we're going to add a few final styles to make the post and the post list look a little nicer than they currently do. But to get started, what I want to do is figure out how we can add images into our posts. And this is really going to require us to just install and configure 3 new Gatsby plugins. Now, before we get to any of that, we need an image to actually put in one of our posts. You're more than welcome to use any image you already have. If you want to use the image I'm going to use, you can head over to links.mead.io/grass pick. When you visit that URL, it'll redirect you over to this picture of some grass, and we're going to save this image to the project. So I'll right-click Save Image As. On the desktop, I have my Gatsby Bootcamp folder. In there, we have the source posts directory. And for the moment, I'm just going to put this file right alongside of my 2 Markdown files. So let's save that file in its place. I can close that tab, and over in Visual Studio Code, we can make sure it's actually showing up. Inside of posts, we have grass.png, and right here we have our image. Now, we want to render that image in one of our posts, and I'm going to put it in the Gatsby Bootcamp post. I'll put it right here, just below that paragraph text and just above the topics covered list. Now, to add an image to Markdown, we use the following syntax. It's an exclamation mark, followed by a pair of brackets, followed by a pair of parentheses. In the parentheses, we put the path to the image. In this case, we're going to have a relative path from this file to the image. They're in the same directory, so that would be ./grass.png. Then we can set up our alt text for when we're unable to load the image, or for when someone's using an accessibility device like a screen reader. We can just use grass for that. So with this in place, we now have the finished Markdown post. And before we actually install and configure those 3 plugins I talked about, let's just see what we get in the browser. Right here, we get our alt text. So by default, Gatsby doesn't know where you're trying to fetch the image from. What we need to do is install and configure those 3 plugins to set up support for this sort of syntax right inside of our blog posts. So to get started, in the terminal down below, what I'm going to do is shut down the dev server, use clear to clear the terminal output, and we're going to run npm install. Now, the first plugin we're going to install is Gatsby plugin Sharp, and this plugin allows us to use the Sharp library inside of our Gatsby site. The Sharp library provides all sorts of tools for working with and processing images, and it's a dependency of the other plugins we're going to use, so this needs to get installed at the latest version 2.0.32. Next up, that is Gatsby-remark-images, and this is what's going to allow us to use images inside of our Markdown posts when they're processed with remark. Right here, the version for this one at 3.0.10, and the final one we're going to install is Gatsby Remark Relative Images. This is going to allow us to source images relative to the Markdown file. So in this case, ./grass.png is going to correctly render the image right here. And the version for this one at 0.2.2. Now we can go ahead and install all 3 of those, and while that's running in the background, we can head over to our Gatsby config file, as we're going to need to make some pretty big changes to the plugins array. Now, the first plugin we're going to set up is the Sharp plugin, and that's going to go right here before we transform our Markdown files. So right here, that would be the following Gatsby plugin Sharp. Now, no options are required for this, which is why I'm providing it as a string as opposed to an object up above. Now, the other two plugins we installed are both Remark specific. We installed Gatsby Remark Images and Gatsby Remark Relative Images. Both of those actually get configured in the options object for this plugin. That means we need to remove it from just being a string and switch it over to being an object, and resolves that same plugin value. So at this point, what have we done? We haven't added any new functionality, but now we do have a structure where we can set up options since it's an object and not just a string, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So right here, we're setting up an options object, and on this options object, we're setting up a plugins array. So these are plugins specific to the Remark transformer, and this is all outlined in the docs for those specific plugins. So if you're wondering how I knew, the documentation can guide you in terms of how to configure things. Now, right here, what we need to do is set up both of those plugins like we would do with our main plugins array. So the first one is just going to be a string as no options are required. That is Gatsby Remark Relative Images. And the second one, that's going to be an object as there are some options we want to provide. So right here, resolve. This is Gatsby Remark Images, and we're going to provide an options object just down below. Now, there are only two options I want to provide, and the first is max width. So let's say I have an image that's 1920 by 1080, a standard HD size. The problem is that I use CSS in my blog, making sure that the blog width never gets past 750 pixels wide. So that image is unnecessarily large for the context in which it's going to be used. We can have our Gatsby site automatically resize it using Sharp and our other plugins by setting max width equal to a value. In this case, I'll use 750. Next up, I'm going to customize link images to original. This is another option we have available, and I'm going to turn this off. Otherwise, when you click an image in the post, it brings you over to the actual location of that image, and that's not really behavior I ever enjoy when I'm reading a blog, so I don't want it for mine. And then we are done. So we've configured our Gatsby site to use Sharp, and then when we transform our Markdown files, we have a couple of other plugins that make sure the images get rendered correctly. Now all we need to do is start up our server once again with npm run develop. That's going to start up the dev server, it's going to get the image, and it's going to make sure it actually gets included in the static site. Right here, let's just refresh things over in the browser. And what do we get? Down below, we get the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. We have our date, and then we have the post content. The paragraph up above, our nice grass image, and topics covered down below. So now, when we have those plugins in place, we can add images to any of our posts by simply specifying them like we did here. Now, one thing you can additionally do is organize your posts directory further. Let's say that grass is specifically for the Gatsby post. It could get a little confusing if I have dozens of images inside of here. One thing I could do is create a folder for each post, something like Gatsby for the Gatsby post. Then I could move the Markdown file and the image right inside of there. I could even take this further, creating an images directory inside of there if I wanted to. But in this case, now it's a little more organized. I can see the assets for the Gatsby post right there and for the React post down below. So with this in place, our site should be working once again. We have the exact same URL structure and functionality. All we've done is we've organized that posts directory just a little bit more. Now let's wrap this video up by adding a few styles into the mix. One thing I want to do for the post page is add more space between the bottom of the post and the footer down below, as the footer kind of looks like it could just be some content for the post. So to do this, we're going to work with CSS Modules. I'm going to start by closing down all open editors, and we want to focus on the components directory. We have our footer component. There is no CSS module for that, so I'll create it. a new file in the components directory, footer.module.scss. And from there, all we're going to do is set up a single class selector for footer, and I'm going to set margin top equal to 3 rem, which is the same spacing I use on the bottom of the header. Now we can import this and apply it to the footer element right here. So I'll import footer styles from /footer.module.scss. Then we just set up our class name down below, like we did when we originally learned about CSS modules. That is footer styles.footer, and we're done. If we save things, we should see a little more space between the bottom of the post and the footer. That looks a lot nicer. Now, another major problem is on the blog list page itself. We want to make sure that this content is clickable, but now it looks terrible and we still have the numbers. We want to clean this up, and we're going to do that by adding a few more styles into the mix. Now, this content comes from the Pages directory. In there, we have blog.js. So I'll close the components folder and the two files we were just working with. We're going to open up blog.js, and we're going to create styles specifically for it. Right here, I'll create a new file, blog.module.scss, and now we can actually set up some styles for it. We're going to style the entire list itself and the individual list items. Let's start by styling the list itself. I'll set up a class selector for something like posts. Then we'll set up a few styles. I'll start with list style type, setting that equal to none. We don't actually want to show those numbers next to each post. And I'm also going to set margin equal to 0 to remove the default margin that those lists usually have. Let's start there. In the blog component, we have to import those styles. So I'll import blog styles from /blog.module.scss. And once the import statement is in place, down below, we'll use it. Now, I designed that for our ordered list right here. So class name, setting that equal to, here it is blog styles.posts. Now, with this in place, we should be headed in the right direction. Over here, at least we no longer have the numbers and everything is nice and aligned. Now, we want to target the individual items. When it comes to the DOM structure, it's pretty complex. Well, it's not pretty complex, but it could be. We have the list item, we have our link, which just gets converted to an anchor element, and in there, we have H2 and P. Now, in the end of the day, I actually want to apply styles to all 4 of these things, and there are 2 approaches to that. I could set up 4 new class selectors over here, and I could load 4 in and set up 4 instances of class name, or I could just use 1. So let's explore how we might get that done. Right here, that is .post, and this is going to apply some general styles, and all we're going to do here is put some spacing between our posts, above and below them. So margin, 1 rem on the top and the bottom, and then 0 on the left and the right. Now, this particular class is going to get set up on the list item. This represents the individual post. So right here, class name, setting that equal to, that's going to be blog styles.post. Now, what we're going to do is just use some basic principles from CSS and SCSS to style the rest by element name. This is perfectly valid, and it's a common approach. So right here, I could say something like, let's target our anchor elements inside of posts and apply some styles to those. Maybe, for example, I want to set the background equal to a off-white. I'll use the hex code F4, F4, F4 for that. And I don't want that purple and blue link text, so I'll set the color equal to black, which is the hex code, the number 0, 6 times. So if we just set that up, we should see those styles actually applied, and over here they are. So we don't have to just use class selectors in our modules. Sometimes we want to set up one and just style some stuff inside of it, making our lives a lot easier. This is also just fine. Now we're going to add a few more styles inside of here. I'll set display equal to block so we can control the spacing. I'm also going to set padding equal to 1 rem to put some space between the text and the edge of this off-white box. And from there, I'm going to set text decoration for the link equal to none. I don't want to have that underlined link. And over here, we can see we're now headed in a nice direction. Now, when we're working with CSS modules and using this approach, we're not limited in any way. I could still set up something like this. I could target anchor elements using the hover pseudo class. So when you're hovering over the link, we could make the background a little darker. Here, I'll set the background equal to, that would be a hex code of E4, 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 which is just a slightly darker gray. This is going to apply exactly like we would expect. As we hover over it, we see it. Now, from here, we can continue styling the other elements inside of the post, like the H2 and our paragraph. So let's add those into the mix as well. Nothing to stop us from just targeting them by elements right here. I'm going to set up margin bottom for the H2, removing that. And then I'm going to set up some styles for that paragraph as well, and then we'll be done. Right here, just 3 styles. First up is the color. I'm going to use the hex code with the number 7 6 times, which is a slightly dark gray. Not too dark, not too light. Then we're going to set the font size equal to 0.8 rem, a little smaller than it currently is. Currently, it's sitting at 1 rem. Then we're going to set the font style equal to italic, just to differentiate it from the other content in that box. And there we go. We set up a single class selector in our CSS module, and we targeted the elements inside using element selectors. Now, if we check things out over here, what do we get? We have our styled blog list. I can still access those posts by clicking on them. I can view the post content, and everything is looking pretty good. So now we have a complete site with a Markdown blog all powered by Gatsby. We could take this and we could continue on with it, really making it our own for either ourselves or for a company we're working with. Now, this is just the start. Being able to create a Markdown blog is awesome, and it works really well for a lot of folks who prefer that. But with Gatsby, we can also source our content from a CMS, and that is exactly what we're going to cover next. I'm excited to get to that, so let's jump in to the next lessons. In this video, we're going to start the process of connecting our Gatsby project to a content management system. Now, in this bootcamp, we'll be working with the Contentful CMS, but the exact same principles would apply if you wanted to use another content management system like WordPress or Drupal. Gatsby has plugins to support all of those CMSs and more. But once again, we're going to end up using Contentful. It's my personal favorite of those options. It's really easy to work with, and we can get started for free. You can find it over at Contentful.com, and right here, we're just going to go ahead and create a free account. Everything we're going to do in this bootcamp is completely free and doesn't require a credit card, just a free account. So let's create that account, and once we have it created, we'll get some content into the mix. Right here, I'm going to create a new account with you, so I see the exact same stuff that you're seeing. So let's fill out those basic account details. When it comes to choose your development platform, we're just going to pick JavaScript, though honestly, this choice doesn't matter. And down below, we'll toss a password into the mix. Now we can go ahead and actually create the account, and when we do, it's going to bring us over to a little welcome screen, trying to get us to pick one of the tutorials to work through. Over here for content creators like a copywriter, and over here for developers. Honestly, we're not going to work through either of those, as we'll be discussing things together in the video, and the quickest way to get what we want is to just click Explore Content Modeling. This is going to create an example project for us, and that's not a project we're going to work with. This comes pre-populated with models and data, but what we want to do is figure out how we can set things up from scratch for our needs. So once the example project is created, we're just going to create a brand new one and start there. All right, let's explore the example project, and we're done exploring it. Let's create our own. From the menu, we can click Create Space. A space is like a new project. And we're going to go ahead and use our second free space. We get 2 on a free plan. And right here, I'll just call this something like the Great Gatsby Bootcamp, though the name is not important. And right here, we want to create an empty space that we can populate with our own content. In this case, the blog content we want to show in our Gatsby site. So let's actually create this new space right here, a confirmation screen. And once it's created, what we need to do is focus on defining the type of data we want to track. So there are 2 main tabs I want to talk about up here. We have Content Model and we have Content. Content Model allows us to define models for the content on our site. This could be a model for a blog post where we have a title, a published date, and a body. It could be a model for an author where we have the author's name, their Twitter profile link, and a profile picture. So over here, we're creating structured data. Under the Content tab, we actually create instances of those things. So this is where we would define our 6 blog posts and our 2 authors and whatever other content we wanted to create. So let's see this in action. Under Content Model, we're going to create our first content model for a blog post. So right here, we have a required name field. I'll just use blog post. And down below, it's creating an API identifier for us, which we'll end up using a bit later. There's no need for a description, so we'll leave that blank, although you could come back and edit it later. And now we're just going to create the model. Now, the model by default isn't tracking any data whatsoever. It's up to us to configure the fields that make sense for a blog post. Now, we already have some structured data over here in our 2 Markdown posts. For both, we have the title, we also have the date, and finally, we have the actual post content. So those are 3 distinct fields, and we're going to be adding 3 fields to the blog post content model. Let's go ahead and add our very first field. Right here, we can see that with Contentful, we have a lot of field options. This could be a text field, a complex, rich text field with formatting, images, and more. It could be a simple text field. It could be a number, date and time, location, media, a Boolean like a checkbox, and a whole bunch of other options. Now, in our case, we just want a simple text field for the title. So let's pick that and give it a name. Right here, we type something to show in the Contentful forms, in this case, capital T title, and behind the scenes, it generates a field ID, and this is how we'll access our data from the GraphQL API a bit later. Down below, we have a few options, none of which we need, so we can create our first field. Let's go ahead and add our second field, and it's actually one I forgot about. This is also going to be a text field, and the name for this one is going to be Slug. So there's no longer a file name that we can use to find the slug, so we're going to have the post creator pick a slug for that post. Next up is the published date. Right here, we'll use their date and time field for this, giving it a name like published date. We'll create that field, and from there, there's only one more field we need, the field for the post body, and that is going to be a rich text field. So right here, we'll click that option and go ahead and provide a name. Right here, I'll use body for this one. Now, once we create that, we've finished off our content model. We have modeled a blog post with 4 pieces of data, and as long as those 4 pieces of data are provided, we have enough to actually get something rendered to the screen. From here, all we need to do is click Save to actually save this content model, and once it's saved, we can start to create blog posts based off of the model over here. For this, we go over to the Content tab, and we're going to click Add Blog Post. That option is also available up above. Whoops, it's not available yet, not until we have our first post in place. So let's get our first post in place right here, add blog post, and we're brought to our blog post editor page. It has all of the fields we specified: title, slug, published date, and body. And now we can create our very first post. For the title, I'll use a Contentful blog post. For the slug, I'll just use something like Contentful. I can pick whatever makes sense for me. Then down below, I'll say this one was published today, and we can set up our post body as well. My post is here, ... Now, currently, this post is not published, which means that even if we did have things wired up with our Gatsby site, this data would not be accessible to the outside world. We can fix that by changing the status from draft to published by clicking our Publish button. Now we have our first published post, and if we head back over to the content page, we can see it showing up right here. From here, we can add a second post into the mix, then we'll figure out how to actually pull this data into our site. Right here, something like debugging Node.js. I'll have the slug be debug-node. For the published date, I'll say this was published a couple of days ago. And for the body, I will say, here's how you can debug your apps, ... And we'll go ahead and publish this one as well. So now we have our very first content model blog post, and we've created two instances of it, a Contentful blog post and debugging Node.js. From here, what we want to do is figure out how we can access this data via our Gatsby GraphQL API. Once we have that in place, we'll be actually able to show this content on the site. Getting that done requires us to set up a Gatsby plugin, so let's head over to the Gatsby site, go to the plugins page, and we'll be searching for Contentful. Now, right here, the first result, that's the one we're looking for, Gatsby Source Contentful. That's going to allow us to source our GraphQL content directly from the Contentful CMS. Now, actually setting this up is really easy down below. All we need to do is provide our space ID, which is the ID for our project, and our private access token, and we'll look at where that lives in just a moment. Now, before we actually set this up, I did want to mention there are source plugins for other CMSs as well. For example, if I search WordPress, we can find one for that, Gatsby Source WordPress. And if I search for something else like Drupal, there are plugins for that as well. So when it comes to your Gatsby site, you can source that content from a lot of different places. You could even use multiple if that made sense for your particular situation. In this case, though, we are going to set up that Contentful source plugin. So let's head over to Visual Studio Code, shut down things in the terminal, and we're going to run npm install to get that installed. That is Gatsby source Contentful. And we're going to go ahead and install that, and we can go through the process of setting it up in the meantime. So to get this set up, what we need to do is head over to that Gatsby node file, the Gatsby config file, where we have our long list of plugins, and we're going to add a new one into the mix. Now we could put this wherever we'd like. I'm just going to toss it right up top as the first item in the plugins array. Right here, this is something we'll be setting up options for. So this one needs to be an object in there, setting up the resolve property with the plugin name. Right here, that's Gatsby source Contentful, and I can see down below that it did indeed install correctly, which is a great first step. Next up, we provide our options object, and on the options object, we have to specify two things. Our space ID, that's a string, and we also need to specify our access token. That is also a string. This is what's going to allow us to actually fetch that content. Now, both of these we can find over in the Contentful web app, so let's head over there. From here, we can go to Settings and down to API Keys. Now, your spaces by default have an example key pair set up for you, so if we click on that, we can view all of those details down below. Down here, we have our space ID, and we also have our content delivery API access token. That is what we need. So to set this up, we're going to use environment variables to prevent this sensitive data from sneaking into our source code. We already have an environment variable file for that, so we'll just make some more changes to the dev env file. Right here, we have our one environment variable. Let's add two more. First up will be contentful underscore space underscore ID. Then after that, we'll have contentful access token, and all we need to do is populate those two with the correct values. I'll grab the space ID. I'll bring that right here. Then I'll grab that content delivery access token, and I'll bring that over to the env file as well. Now, with this in place, we can access those two things in our config file, and then we'll be all done. We'll have access to all of that contentful data. Let's go ahead and use those variables. So over here for space ID, that is process.env.contentful space ID. And down below for access token, that is process.env.contentful access token, and we're all done. Everything is configured. So with this, 7 lines of configuration code, we're able to set up everything we need to source content from Contentful. Now what we're going to do is start up our app in development mode using npm run develop. And once that's up and running, we're going to head over to GraphQL Playground and take a look at the new queries we have access to, because those queries are going to allow us to access the data we just created. So right here, the site's starting up. I'm going to head over to GraphQL Playground and give things a quick refresh. And over in the docs, we should see those new queries showing up, and right here we have 6. Now, we have 2 for working with content types. This is not going to allow us to fetch the content itself, but it's a way to work with content types, not something we need. And we also have a couple for working with our rich text node, as there's some specifics to that we'll talk about shortly. For now, what I really want to focus on is contentful blog post and all contentful blog post. We can use the first one to fetch data about an individual post, and we can use the second one to fetch a list of all posts, and that's exactly what we're going to end up doing. Now, if I crack that open, we can see a similar structure to what we had with our other queries. We have edges, we have node, and node represents our post. We have title, slug, published date, and body. So let's actually set up a query to fetch some post data. I'm going to crack open a new tab. Over here, we'll set up a brand new query, and this query is going to use all contentful blog post to fetch something about every single post we're working with. Now we want to work with edges. In there, we have node, and all we're going to do is grab the title for each and every post. So if I take a quick moment to fire that off, what do I get? I get debugging Node.js, and I get a contentful blog post. So there we go. We've successfully sourced the content from the CMS right inside of our Gatsby GraphQL API. Let's grab a couple of other fields real quick as well. We're going to grab the slug for each post, and we're also going to grab the published date. Now, I'm intentionally not grabbing the body field because it's not as simple as just getting a body back, which is a bunch of HTML. There's a little more to it, and don't worry, we're going to address that in the next video. For now, though, we can fire off our new query and we get new data. I see the correct slug and the published date for both of my posts. We're also going to talk about how we can sort our posts from most recently published to oldest, and we'll figure out how we can actually format this date to be a little more friendly when it comes to rendering it to the screen. I'm excited to continue on with Contentful, but let's take a quick moment to recap what we did. Essentially, we use Contentful as a web app to manage our site content. We have our content models and our individual content themselves. We were then able to pull all of this into our Gatsby GraphQL API using another one of Gatsby's source plugins, In this case, it was Gatsby source Contentful. Now that we have access to it via our API, we could use those queries in our React components to get that data rendered to the screen. That's the topic of the next lesson, so let's jump right in. Now that you have content in your Contentful CMS, what we're going to do is figure out how we can get it rendered in the browser. We've already seen a sample GraphQL query that fetches our blog posts from Contentful, and the goal in this video is to get our post list rendered using Contentful posts instead of using the posts we created with Markdown files. So to kick things off, what I want to do is talk about how we can customize the all Contentful blog post query. We're going to learn how we can sort our posts in a particular order and how we can customize the response of things like published date, getting a date that's a little more user-friendly as opposed to the current timestamp we're seeing in the response. Let's get started by figuring out how to sort our data, and remember, GraphQL is self-documenting, so the docs contain everything we need in order to get this done. Down below, we have all Contentful blog post, the query we're using. Here we have our type details, that's the response. We're looking for the arguments allowing us to customize the response. There are 4. We have skip and limit, which is useful for pagination. We have filter, which is useful if you're trying to implement something like a search bar and you want to filter to a subset of your posts. And we have sort. Sort allows us to sort our data in an order that makes sense. Now, right here, when we use sort, we provide 2 pieces of information. We provide the field we want to sort by, and we also provide the order, either ascending or descending. So right here for fields, we can see we have a bunch of different fields available. Now, this allows us to sort by various fields that aren't applicable to what we're working with. Right here, we have a lot of different fields because of that special rich text field we set up. In our case, if we scroll up a little bit, the one we're looking for is just sorting by published date, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So let's take this over to the query. Right here on the query, we are going to set up our arguments. I'm going to set up sort. And remember, we have to provide fields. That's plural. And the field we're working with here is going to be the following, that is published date. Then next up, we have to provide an order. And in this case, we could sort in ascending with ASC or descending with DESC. And this is the order we're going to go with. We'll have the most recent posts first, and we'll have the oldest ones at the bottom. So if I run this, we should see the order reversed, as this was published on the 8th and this was published on the 10th. And right here, that's exactly what happens. So we have our newer content first using this argument. One more thing we can do is customize the published date value. So let's check this out. If we head over to the docs once again, we're going to go all the way to the left, and we're going to go to the type details. We have edges, we have node, and here is the node we're currently working with. We have title, slug, and published date. And you'll notice that with published date, we have a parentheses set right here. If we click on that, there are actually arguments we can provide for just this one field to customize it. I could do something like from now to say this post was published 3 days ago or 10 seconds ago. I could use format string in order to customize exactly how I wanted to format it. Let's explore both. We'll start with from now. So right here, set up some parentheses. From now, setting that to true. I run it, and I can see a day ago and 3 days ago. So maybe that's what we want, in which case this would work really well. If we wanted to customize it even further, what we could do is use the following. It is format string. Now, this uses the formatting pattern made popular by the Moment.js library. So here's an example. I will use the following pattern. It is 4 M's followed by a space, capital D, lowercase o, comma, then Y 4 times. That's month, day, and year. And if I run it, we can see we get the following setup: April 10th, 2019, April 8th, 2019. Now, you can provide whatever you'd like in there to really customize it and make it your own. If you want to find all of the patterns you can use, you can open up a new tab and go to momentjs.com/docs. Once you're there, on the right-hand side, you want to go to Display, and down below, you can see all of the different tokens you can use in your pattern. So there are different ways to represent months, the day of the month, the day of the week. There's all sorts of great patterns here, allowing you to generate the specific output you want. In our case, though, we're not going to go any further. We're going to leave it like this. April 10th, 2019 is exactly what I want to show on the screen. So now that we have this query in place, we're going to take this over to our blog page, and we're going to render these posts instead of the Markdown posts. Now, getting that done is actually going to be your challenge for the video, so let's dive right into that. In Visual Studio Code, we're going to close all of the open files we have, and we're going to focus on just one. Inside of our Pages directory, we have blog.js. Now, currently, we have a query that fetches the Markdown data and renders that down below. We need to change both of these things to work with the Contentful data. So up above, I'm going to paste in the challenge comments, and they're pretty straightforward. The goal is to render the Contentful posts in our list. So first up, you want to swap out the Markdown query with the Contentful query, and if you want to customize it further using other arguments or options, you're more than welcome to. But in general, this query can be used inside of the component. Next up, you have to update the component to render the new data. So our data structure is a little bit different, even though we still have those same three things. We still have the title, the date, and the slug. They're just in a different place on the response. And for the moment, don't worry that your link is going to link to a non-existent page. We'll address that shortly. Finally, test your work. Pull up the blog page and make sure you see your two Contentful posts showing up as opposed to the two Markdown posts. All right, pause the video, knock that out, test your work, and when you're done, come back and click play. How'd that go? Let's get started, and the first thing we're going to do is swap out the queries. Now, we have the old query over here, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. It's no longer all Markdown remark. We're going to go ahead and work on the new one, so that is all Contentful blog post. From there, we're still going to be setting up our arguments. Now, we could do all of that on one line, or we could break it out onto multiple. If we wanted to do it on one line, it would look like this. We'll set sort equal to an object. On there, fields is equal to published date. And then we'll go ahead and set order equal to descending. Perfect. Next up, we have to go ahead and specify what exactly we want back on the response. That is edges, node, and from there, we need the title. We also need the slug. And finally, we need our published date, and we're going to format that exactly like we did over here using format string. So right here, that would be format string, setting it equal to whatever format string we wanted to use, and I'll use the same one from before. The full month followed by the day of the month, a comma, then the full year. All right, now that we have this in place, we are done with step number one. And at this point, our program would crash if we tried to run things. That's because we're trying to access data down below that no longer exists since we've changed the query up above. In the browser, if I go over to the blog page, it is indeed failing as expected. So now that we've seen things fail, let's actually get things working. We can go ahead and move on to step number 2, where we update the component to render the new data. So right down here, let's knock that out. Data.allMarkdownRemark. That no longer exists. It is all Contentful blog post. Now we still have edges and we still want to map over that. Down below here, we have our list item. What we need to do is customize this, starting with the slug. It is still edge node, but there's no longer fields. It's just edge node, slug, exactly like we're seeing up above, edge, node, slug. Down below, we have the title as well. That does not exist on front matter, it's right on node. And below that, we have the old date front matter. That no longer exists, and it's called something different. Right here, edge.node.publishedDate. Perfect. Now, with this in place, we have the new query, and we're rendering that brand new data, and hopefully everything works as expected when we actually move on to step number 3 and test our work. So I'll refresh the page over in the site, and what do I get? I have my 2 blog posts, a Contentful blog post and debugging Node.js. Now I can see down below at the bottom left in the little gray bar that it is linking over to the correct pages, but if I click those links, obviously we don't get the page's content since we haven't wired that part up. But the blog list itself is indeed working, and that is a great start. With this in place, we're all done for the moment. In the next video, we're going to go ahead and actually create those pages dynamically using the Contentful content. I'm excited to get to that, so let's jump right in to the next one. Now that your list of blog posts is populated from Contentful, we want to make sure we're generating pages for each of those posts. Right now, if we click on them, we get nothing, and that's a problem. So in this video, we're going to accomplish 2 things. First, we need to dynamically create new pages for the Contentful posts. And then 2, we need to make sure we're actually rendering the post content in the post page template. So that template is going to need to change a little bit. The entire focus is going to be on Gatsby Node, where we dynamically create our pages, and the blog template, where we render the content to the screen. Let's get started with Gatsby Node. Now, to set things up for Markdown, it required us to use 2 of the internal APIs on Create Node and Create Pages. Now, on Create Node was just used to generate slugs for our posts. That's a field we set up in Contentful, so we actually don't need this anymore. We can remove it entirely. Down below, the only one we're going to use is Create Pages. We just need to adjust it. Instead of fetching the Markdown slugs and using those to create pages, we want to fetch our Contentful slugs and use them. So let's get started. Right here, we have all Markdown remark. I'm going to remove all of that. We still have our base query, though this time we'll use all Contentful blog post like we've used before. There are no arguments required as we just need a list of slugs. There's no need to order it as that doesn't matter. Right here, edges, node, and the only thing we're going to grab is the slug as that's the only thing we need. Now down below, when we loop through the data, we can use the Contentful slug. Right here, response.data, that still exists. No longer do we have all Markdown remark. We now have all Contentful blog post. We still have edges, and we still want to iterate over that using for each. Inside, we have the create page call. The component is still blog template. The path is still /blog/the slug. But remember, the slug no longer lives on fields. It is just edge.node.slug. Down below, for context, we have to make the same adjustment, removing fields and one of those extra dots. And there we go. That is it. So when we're working with a CMS, there's a lot less for us to do behind the scenes to get things to work. We removed a lot of code, and now we're actually going to have pages for our Contentful posts. Before we worry about restarting the server, let's head over to the blog template and pull in the new data. So we still want to set up a query, though it's going to look a little different than this one. So I'm going to comment out this one, and we'll build up the new query from scratch. Down below, we also have our blog component. Everything in here is going to be similar, though different enough, where we're just going to start from scratch with this as well. So now, blog just renders an empty page using the layout component. Let's make sure that we're at least seeing that page instead of the 404 page. So in the terminal down below, I'm going to restart things since we have made changes to the Gatsby node file. And once the server is up and running, if I refresh this URL, I would expect to see something valid, as a page should exist with this slug from Contentful. Right here, I give things a refresh, and this is a great first step. We're no longer seeing that 404 page. Now let's set up our query once again to fetch the Contentful data so we can actually render some stuff to the blog page. Now, it's going to look similar to what we have up above, though obviously slightly different. We'll start off the same, exporting a new constant called query, all of which is required in order for the Gatsby parser to find your query and run it. Right here, GraphQL, inside of template strings, we put our query. This query is still going to get access to the slug variable, which we need. We need to be able to target the individual post, and slug is a string just like we had defined up above. Now, inside of here, which particular query are we going to use? Over inside of GraphQL Playground, we had worked with all Contentful blog posts. In the docs, there's a way to get a single blog post using Contentful blog post. So this will allow us to target a specific post, and if we scroll down to the arguments, we can see there are quite a few different ways we could target a post. I could target it by its title, the slug, the published date, the content, and others. In this case, we're going to target it by its slug, so we'll be using this slug argument, and in there, we'll use EQ to find the slug using equality. All right, let's set that up. So over here, that's going to be Contentful blog post, setting up the argument we just talked about, slug. In there, EQ, and the value would be whatever is stored on the slug variable. So now we're targeting the correct post and we can fetch some data. For the moment, we're just going to fetch the title and the published date. Don't worry, we are going to render the body in this video, but it requires an extra step, so let's get started with the simple stuff. Right here, we'll have the title. Down below, we'll have the published date, which I'll also format using format string. And I'll provide the same format we had before. I'll start off with the month, then the day of the month, and finally the year. With this in place, we should have access to that data in our component down below. Let's get these two pieces of information rendered. We had the title in an h1 header tag, and we had the date inside of a paragraph. So right here, for us, that would be the following. It's still props.data, exactly like what we had before. This time, though, we have to go into Contentful blog post, and in there, we have the title. Down below, let's do the same thing for the published date. That's props.data.contentful blog post.published date. And now, if we save things, we should see these two pieces of data showing up over in the browser. Right here, I have the title and the correct published date for this post. And if I go back to the blog list and select the other one, that data shows up as well, which is a great step in the right direction. Now that we have this in place, we want to focus on getting the post content itself rendered. And as I mentioned, it's not as simple as just grabbing a single field and then using that field like we did with the HTML field that we got with our Markdown query from up above. So let's explore this, and to get started, we'll remove that redundant query. And what we're going to do is head over to GraphQL Playground real quick and take a look at another property we have access to. So all we're going to do is modify this all Contentful blog post query we already have in place. Alongside of title, slug, and published date, we're going to grab body. Now, body itself is not something we can directly grab. There are fields inside of it we need to access, and in this case, when we're working with a rich text field in Contentful, we want to grab JSON. This returns a JSON string, which is a representation of the content in that rich text field. So if we go ahead and set this up and run our query, it's going to work, and we're going to see we get a lot more data in the response. Here, for our first post, we have body.json, and we can see the value is a complex structure. We have all sorts of different fields and arrays and objects, and somewhere inside of there, we can see the data that we actually wrote out. My post is here, and if we scroll down for the other post, we can see that as well. Now, the reason they use this complex structure is to keep track of things like the paragraphs, embedded assets like images, headers, bold text, italics, and more. All of that is mapped out in this object. Now, the good news is that we don't need to manually parse this and figure out how to render things to the screen. Contentful actually provides an NPM library we can install, and it's going to take the JSON and it's going to convert it into a set of React components that we can render anywhere. So it's not just specific to JavaScript, the library is actually specific to React, which makes it really easy to work with. So let's install this library and set it up. It'll be as simple as a function call. Right here, we need to shut down the server, and I'll clear the output. And we're going to install this library. That's npm I. It is at Contentful /rich text React renderer. So this is going to allow us to render rich text fields using React. It provides a single function. We're going to import it and call it, and that's going to allow us to get our rich text field shown on the screen. Let's run the installation, and while that's running up above, we can focus on our import statement. So we're going to grab a single thing from that library. It is a function, and it's called document to React components. Now, this is going to take in the JSON that we're grabbing from the API once we set that up over here, and it's going to spit out React components that we can render wherever we want to. Now, we're going to grab that from the library we just installed, Contentful Rich Text React Renderer. Perfect. Now that we have this in place, let's actually use it, and it could not be easier to work with. So first up, we do have to grab the data. So that's body, grabbing the JSON value, and we use this down below. Now, what I'm going to do is set up right after the paragraph a set of curly braces so we can set up our function call. We're going to call document to React components, exactly like we imported up above. And all we do is we pass in that document, that JSON data. So for us, that is props.data.contentful blog post. Whoops. Got a little ahead of myself with the keys there. And on here, we want to access body and we want to access JSON. With this line in place, we now should be able to see our post content on the screen right here. Let's restart the server with npm run develop. We're going to check out that content. Then we're going to make more complex changes to the content in Contentful and check those out as well. Right here, things are starting up, so I'll refresh my site. And once we get the blog post page, we can pick a post, and we do see the content in a paragraph, which is awesome. I have the content for the first post and for the second one. Now let's head over to Contentful and add some more complexity to those posts so we can see what we get. Down below in the body, let's add some more stuff. Below our text, I'll add a header, a new section, and below that, I'll add some more text. I love Gatsby with Contentful. And I'll go ahead and make Gatsby bold because I can. And now we're actually going to add an image into the mix as well. So right here, we can link an image using this plus button. We can link an asset. Now, we haven't added any images to Contentful. We can do that in two ways. One, we could go to the media tab and add them there, then link them, or we could just add it right here when we try to link it. So there are no assets. We haven't added any from the media tab. We could just create one on the fly. So I'll click that button. And here we just need to pick a title for this one. I'll call this grass. We have a description and we have the actual file down below. In this case, for the file, what I'm going to do is pick grass from my machine, which we downloaded earlier. So I have that in my project. That is Gatsby Bootcamp, source. Here we have posts, Gatsby, grass.png. This is the one we had used in our Markdown posts. Now we're going to use it in our Contentful post. So once we have things loaded in, we can publish this asset. Once the asset is published, we can use the back button to pick it from the list, and right here we can see it's already been put inside of our post. So I'll remove the extra little space down below, and now we have a little more complexity. I have some text, a header, an image, and some more text down there. Let's publish these changes and check things out over in the browser. What I'm going to do is shut down the server and start it up once again so it can fetch that new Contentful data. And then we'll just refresh the post page to check things out. So right over here, we want to go to the other post, a Contentful blog post. I'll give things a refresh, and what do we get? We get some of our new content. I have a header which looks styled, consistent with the rest of the site, and I have my other paragraph with the bold text down below. The only thing I'm missing is my image. By default, your images are not going to show up, but the good news is that we can make a small change to how we're calling that document to React components function to actually render those images right in line. Before we focus on changing the code, let's look at the new data for our complex post. So right here, I'm going to rerun the same query we had before where we grab that JSON, and we can see that it's a lot longer than what we had in the past. We have our initial paragraph with the text here. Then down below, we have our heading 2 with that text, a new section. And below that, we have a very long and very complex object for the asset, the image that we've embedded in that post. If we scroll down, there's a lot of stuff we just don't care about and are not going to use, but we can scan for two things. One is the title. Right here, grass. We're going to use that as the alt text for the image, and then down below that, we have the URL. This is what we're going to use to actually fetch and render that image. Now, this object can be really overwhelming as there's just a whole bunch of stuff. We don't need to worry about almost any of it. All we're going to do is drill into that object to grab those two values, and we're going to generate an image element like we would do in any other situation. So let's leave the actual rendered post up in the background, and over here, we're going to focus on drilling down to that data. Right here, to do that, we have to set up an optional options object. So a new constant options is going to be an object, and we pass that in as the second argument to that function, the document to React components function. So I'm going to pass that in. Now what we can do is customize how certain node types are rendered. On here, we start by setting up the render node property. This allows us to override how specific nodes are rendered, and we saw various node types in that data. For example, we saw things like paragraph and heading 2. We set that up as the property, saying that's the type we want to customize. In our case, the type we want to customize has a hyphen in it, so I have to wrap that name inside of quotes. That is embedded, asset, block, and all we do is provide as the value a function to run. We're customizing how the node is rendered, we get the node data passed in, and we return some JSX. In this case, all we're going to do is return an image. Now, we want to set up values for the alt text and for source, so let's start to get that done. Right here, I'm going to create standalone variables for both of those things, so it's a little easier to work with. We'll have alt, then I'll have URL down below, and both of these are going to get applied on to the image. Alt will get its value from the alt variable. Then when we set up the source for the image, the value will come from URL. Now, in order to get the correct values, we need to drill into the node, which is that really big, complex object. So let's check that out in GraphQL Playground. Over here, we have our complex object. There's quite a bit to it. We have the data we want, and then we have a bunch of other stuff we just don't care about. Now, our node is this object right here. It starts with the data property. We have data.target. Now we also have sys, which we're going to collapse, and when we collapse that, we'll see the two fields we're looking for. So this object is the node, which means we need node data target fields title enus for the alt text, and then on fields we need file enus URL for the URL. Now it's never fun to drill into a complex object like this, but that's just where our data lives, and it's going to be necessary just a single time. So let's get that done. Over here, we'll start with the alt text, that's node.data.target. From there, it was fields.title, and we're grabbing the title in the locale I have, enus. If you see a different locale over in GraphQL Playground, you want to go ahead and use that. And then down below, we're going to grab URL. This is going to be node.data.target.fields. Here it was file followed by the locale enus followed by URL. Now, we should be able to see both of those things showing up in the image element, and the end result should be a rendered image in the browser, and that is exactly what we're getting. Right here, we have all of our post content showing up, including the image, and all of this is managed from Contentful. So when we're working with Contentful, we can easily manage our content, or someone else who owns the site can manage the content using this nice interface. And behind the scenes, they don't need to worry about changing code or changing Markdown files or changing anything else. Now, once again, Contentful's not for everybody, and neither is Markdown. It's really up to you to pick what makes the most sense for you and run with that. All right, that's it for this one. Let's continue on, and the bootcamp is almost done. There are just a couple of things that I didn't get a chance to cover so far that I want to cover in the next lesson or two. So let's get started. There are just 2 videos left. In this one, you're going to learn how to set up a 404 page, and you're also going to learn how to customize the head of your document to set up things like a page title. And then in the next lesson, the final one, we'll take our Gatsby site and we'll deploy it live to the web. For now, though, let's get started setting up a 404 page, and this process could not be easier. In Visual Studio Code, I'm going to close all open editors, and all we need to do is create a new page in the Pages directory, and this file should be called 404.js. In here, we export a React component, and that is what renders when someone visits a page that's not found. So let's actually get to this. Right here, I'm going to start by importing React, since we'll be setting up a React component, and down below I'll create it. Const not found equals, I'll use a new functional component returning some JSX, and then down below we can export it. So export default not found. Now on the not found page, I still want to render the layout so people can use the navigation bar to go over to a page that does exist. And I'm also going to link to a different page like the home page in the not found text. So right here, I'll import link from Gatsby. And then down below, I'll import the layout component that we created from that file, that is /components/layout. Now we can actually fill out the return value for our functional component, and we're going to start by rendering the layout. Let's set the layout up, and inside of there we will render a couple of custom things on the page as well. I'll start with a header. Something like page not found should get the message across. Then down below I'll set up a paragraph, and in there all I'm going to do is use the link component, and I'm going to link them over to a page that I know does exist. I'll say something like head home, and this link will go to /. And there we go. That's all we need to do to get a 404 page set up with our Gatsby projects. Let's actually test this out. So down below, I need to start up my server, npm run develop, and once that's up and running, we're going to visit a URL that does not exist. So right over here, I'll go to my site / this is not real, and I misspelled it, but who cares? That's the whole point. Now, when we're running our development server, Gatsby first brings us to this page, which is designed to give us more information as we're creating our site. We can see pages that do exist, we can see why we're seeing the 404. In the production version of the site, though, this would never show up. Now, we can view our actual 404 page by clicking Preview Custom 404 Page, and when I do that, we get what we designed. So this is what a regular user would see once we actually get our site up and running in production, which once again is the topic of the next lesson. So right here, they can go to a page that does exist, or they can just click that home link to get back to a working page. So there we go, the 404 is all set up. Now I want to focus on customizing the head of our document so we can set up things like page titles. And to get that done, we'll be using the very popular React library called Helmet. If you're not familiar with it, it's pretty much the standard for working with the head of your document from React, and there's a Gatsby plugin that's going to help us integrate that into our sites. Let's head over to the plugins page on the Gatsby site and search for Helmet. Right here, Gatsby plugin React Helmet, that's the one we're going to end up using. Now, there are actually two libraries we'll install. We'll be installing this plugin, and we'll also be installing the React Helmet library, which is linked to right here. We can crack that open in a new tab to check that out as well. This is just a standalone React component that we could use outside of a Gatsby site. It's a really great choice for managing the head of your document, and they have a ton of great examples down below as to how you can get all of this done. Now, when it comes to the plugin we're going to install, this pulls all of that information into the static pages for our site, so it's definitely going to be an important piece to the puzzle. Let's take a quick moment to install both of these, then we'll actually wire them up in our app. So down below, we'll shut things down. I'll use clear to clear the terminal output. npm install. First up is Gatsby plugin React Helmet at the latest version 3.0.12, and next up is React Helmet itself at 5.2.0. Now we can go ahead and let these install, and while they're installing, we need to configure this Gatsby plugin in our Gatsby config file. Now there's no need to provide any options for this one, so it's as simple as listing it out in our plugins array, and I'll add it right up top as the first plugin right here, Gatsby plugin React Helmet, and there we go, it is configured. Now what we can do is import the React Helmet component and actually use it to set up titles for our pages. Now there are two ways we could do this. We could manually set up this configuration in every single page component, as well as our blog template, or we could create a component that handles the configuration for us, something simple that we can render on all pages, meaning that we only have to configure React Helmet once, and of course that's the approach we're going to take. So in the components directory, let's create a new file called head.js for the component that's going to manage the head of our document. Right here, we're going to import React from React, and we're also going to import something from React Helmet right here. It is a named export called Helmet that is a React component from the library we just installed, React Helmet, and we're done. Now we can create our component and export it from the file. So right here, const head equals a functional component where we're going to return some JSX, which we'll get to in just a second. Down below, let's export it. Export default head. Now, when it comes to what this component should render, all we're going to do is render Helmet itself. We're not actually going to add anything else into this component, and when Helmet gets rendered, it doesn't show anything on the screen. Instead, it just manages the head of the document. So right here, we can configure things like the title using the title prop. This is a test. So let's leave our component file like this. Don't worry, we will grab a proper title from the site metadata a little bit later. For now though, let's just get this title showing up. To do this, once again, this component needs to be loaded in and used in every single one of our pages, including our page templates. Let's get started with the most obvious one, the home page. Then we'll move on to the other pages we have. So right here, we have to import head. Import head from ../components/head, and then we render it. And we're just going to do that as the first thing in the layout. And remember, it's not going to show anything there. This is just going to allow us to manage the document head. So right here, I'll render our component. We can then go ahead and save things and start up the development server once again. So I'll use clear followed by npm run develop. And once it's up and running, we'll visit the home page and hopefully we see our custom title showing up. Over here, we have the home page. I'll just give things a quick refresh. Let's try one more time. There we go. The server is finally up, and in a second, we should see our page. We have the page, and we have our title. This is a test is showing up. Now, when it comes to customizing that fav icon, all you need to do for that is swap out the file in the static directory down below, favicon.ico. So let's continue on with this particular example, and what I want to do is focus on actually pulling in useful information. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to pull in the site metadata title. This is something we're going to show as part of the title for every single page. It's not the only thing we're going to show, but it's part of what we're going to show. So right here, for a site like Gatsby, I can see that if I hover over this title for a second, it's going to show me the full thing. We start off with something specific to that page, Gatsby plugin React Helmet, followed by a vertical line, followed by the site name, Gatsby.js. That's similar to the approach we're going to take here. So each page will have something specific to render up there, but then we'll also have something generic like the site title. To get that done, let's first pull in the site title. So right here, we're going to use static query. I'll import use static query, and I'll import GraphQL from Gatsby. Then down below, we can actually grab that information. So const data equals, we're going to call use static query using the GraphQL template tag with our string. And right here, we're going to perform one of the first queries we ever set up. Query site metadata in there, grabbing the title. So now the title is something we can actually use down below. Let's go ahead and set that up. So instead of the static title, we're going to set up a dynamic one. We have that data at data.site.metadata.title. We can save things, and hopefully we now see that showing up on the home page. Right over here, I have full stack Bootcamp. So this is a great start. The next thing we want to be able to do is pass in the part that's specific to this page, which is going to come first. To get that done, the actual component is going to get called with a single prop. So whenever someone renders head, they can pass in the title they want to use for that page. So here I'm using head on the home page, so I could say something like home. Now I can go ahead and actually access that prop in the component and use that when determining what the title should be. So right over here, let's get that done. We have our props passed in. I'm just going to destructure that object to grab the title, and now we can use that in Helmet down below. Right here, we're going to change the title prop that we pass to Helmet. We're still going to include this information, but we're going to put all of that in a template string. So we'll start off by adding in the page title, that's the title prop up above, then a space, the vertical bar, and another space, followed by the site title. Right here, once again, data.site.metadata.title. Now we're going to see both of those things on the home page. So right over here, I have home, followed by full stack Bootcamp. So now we have a little component, making it really easy to integrate this into all of our pages instead of needing to write this code in every single page. Let's go ahead and actually get that done for the 4 other pages we have in the Pages directory, and we're also going to do the same thing for the dynamic page template for blog posts. So right here, what I'm going to do is copy the import statement to grab the head component, and we'll continue on. In the contact page, we'll paste that in. We'll set up the head component inside of layout, and right here, all we're going to do is provide the title for this specific page, which will just be contact. Next up, we have the blog page, so we want to import head. Down below, we want to use it. Right here, we have layout. I'll go ahead and set head up, providing the title for this particular page, which will just be blog. Perfect. Next up, we have about, where we do the exact same thing. Import and set it up. Head, title, about, and we're done. And finally, the new page we just created, our 404 page. We can also use the head component inside of here. I'll import it, and down below, we'll go ahead and use it, setting up the title to something like 404. Perfect. The only other page we need to worry about, as mentioned, is the template for our blog posts. Right here, what we can actually do is use the blog post title as the page title. So I'm going to import head exactly like we did before, and down below, we're going to set it up. So right here in layout, we're going to set up head, but instead of providing a static string, which made sense for our other pages, we're going to provide a dynamic value, the actual blog post title, which is used just down below. So that's props.data.contentful blog post.title, and we're done. Now we have this set up everywhere on our site, and we can test things out. So over here, we go to the blog page, we have blog. On about, we have about. On contact, we have contact. And if I actually visit one of my posts, I can see that showing up in the title as well. Now that we have this in place, we have a really nice site, and it's working really well locally. The next and final thing I want to focus on is actually getting this up and running in production so anyone with an internet connection can check out the site you've created. That's exactly what we're going to do next, so let's jump right into that. We've got a site, and now it's time to get it live, and that's exactly what we're going to do in this one. Now, the first thing we need to do is to get everything up on a GitHub repo. We're going to end up using Netlify to deploy our static site, and Netlify can pull the assets right from GitHub, so that's a really good solution for us. Over here in the editor, we can close all open editors, and we can collapse all expanded directories. And the only thing we're going to do before we make a commit is make sure that our environment variable file does not get committed. This can contain sensitive information, and it's something that we don't want to commit as part of the repo, because right here, this is not stuff we want to expose to just anybody. So to do that, what we're going to do is actually rename this file. Right here, we're just going to call it .env. Originally, I thought I would create multiple environment files, but that's not the case. We just have this one locally, and we can see that by default, it's already ignored based off of the gitignore file that comes with Gatsby. The only other change we need to make, since we renamed that file, is over here in the develop script. Right here, .env.development just becomes .env. Now we're ready to commit our changes and push them up to GitHub. Let's get started by actually creating a GitHub repo for our new project. So right here, I'll go over to github.com. I'm going to create a new repository, and we're going to set this up. I'll call it Gatsby Bootcamp, and I'll leave this one as private. Down below, we can create it without customizing any of the other settings. And once we have it created, we're going to take our existing repository and push that up from the command line. So let's take this first command, which adds the correct remote, and we'll head over to the terminal. Now, by default, all of your Gatsby projects already have a Git repository created, so all we need to do is make sure that our changes and all of our new files actually become part of the repository. I will use git status to take a look at the status of the repo. Right here we can see we have a bunch of untracked files that we're going to want to track, and up above we also have some changes to existing ones. I'll use git add dot to move all of those to the staging area, and then git commit to create a commit. Right here, final Gatsby site. And now that we have this in place, we can push the code up to GitHub. I'll start by pasting in that first command, which sets up the correct remote. Then all we have to do is use git push u. We're going to push to origin, and we're going to push up the master branch. And once this command is done, we'll be ready to connect our GitHub repo to the Netlify hosting service to host our Gatsby site. All right, I'm seeing everything right here. So let's pull up a new tab. It is netlify.com. This is a great hosting service for static sites. It's an increasingly popular choice when working with Gatsby because there is direct integration, so it's super easy to manage. And once again, everything we're doing here is completely free. There is no credit card required for any of this. Let's take a quick moment to create an account, and I'll work through this process with you just so we're seeing the exact same stuff. I'm going to sign up for a new account. Now, once we sign up, we do have to confirm our email before we can deploy our site. So I'm going to take a quick moment to pull that up off screen, then we'll continue on with the setup. All right, when I click that verification link, this is exactly where I was brought. There's a little quick start guide with some information about how we can get started. We're going to go ahead and close that down and work through this process together. What we want is right here, new site from Git, and we're going to connect with our GitHub account. Now this is going to require us to give Netlify permissions to read some of our data, and right here we can see we have the option to pick select repositories or all of our repositories. We could go ahead and just pick one. So I could crack that open and I could find the new one I created, Gatsby Bootcamp, giving it limited access to just that. And down below, we can see we have access to all of the repository features, and we're going to install that as part of our GitHub account. Now, once that is installed, we'll actually be able to select our repository from a list, and once we have that, it's going to set up the build options. Down below, we have the owner, that is me. This is the name automatically generated for me. We have the branch to deploy. I'm just going to deploy master, the only branch we have. And down below, we have other things like the build command, and this is correct. We want to leave this and this in place. The public directory is where the static site is going to live when the Gatsby build command is executed. Now, we also want to go to show advanced. Right here, we can set up environment variables for our environment, and we do need to do that. We have those environment variables locally, and those are the only things getting our site working. Right here, we don't have to worry about setting up GraphQL Playground, as the GraphQL API is not even available in production. But we do want to set up the space ID, so let's start with that. I'll grab the variable name, and I'm also going to grab the value, pasting both in. We're going to add the other variable as well for the access token. I'll set up the name. Then I'll go ahead and grab the value, making sure not to grab the equals sign. And now we're actually ready. So it's going to grab the code, it's going to run the build command and serve up that public directory, and it's going to make sure it can actually get our Contentful assets since we have these values defined. From here, all we need to do is click Deploy Site. This is going to work through the deployment process, and especially for the first time, this can take a little longer. It can take upwards of maybe 60 seconds to get everything up and running. So what I'm going to do is just cut the video to when the deployment is complete. The deployment is now finished, and we have our URL up above. Let's go ahead and open that up in a brand new tab, and what do I see? We have our site live on the web. Right here, all of our pages are working, and we also have our Contentful data. I have our first post and our second post. Now, when it comes to deploying a new version of your site, you have a few different options. So let's go ahead and make some changes and get a new version up. We're going to change not just the site code, we're also going to change some data in Contentful so we can see what that process looks like too. And I actually want to start with a change to the Contentful data. Let's go ahead and just alter the title of one of our blog posts right here. We have Contentful. I'm going to go ahead and change a Contentful blog post over to something else, my new post, and I am going to publish those changes. Now, this alone is not enough to have the new content showing up. Remember, this is a static site. So when Netlify first ran the build command, that's when it fetched the data and populated things. If I refresh, we're never going to see that new content. So if I just change the content and I want to show that new content on the site, we can indeed get that done. Right over here, what we're going to do is go to the Deploys tab for our project. And right here, we have a few different options. What we want to do is trigger a new deploy. We're going to clear cache and deploy site. So this is going to go through the process of recreating our site once again. And here it's just bringing us over to the deploy logs. Once this is done, we'll be able to see our new Contentful data. And this is actually a nice thing. We can make changes to our data, and once we're ready, we explicitly deploy a new version of our site to view that new data. Now let's go ahead and go back to the overview page for our site. And once that deployment is done, actually, let's stick on the deploys page. We can see it's building down below. All we're going to do is refresh the site once again. So I'm going to cut the video to when the new build is done. All right here I can see my new build has been published, and if we head over to the site, all we need to do is give things a refresh, and we see the new data showing up. So that's the workflow for changing just the content. We update Contentful, we trigger a new deploy manually, and then we see our new changes. Now let's actually make a change to some code for the site. So I'm going to close all open editors, and we're just going to change something on the home page. So I'll go to Source, Pages, Index.js. Right here, I'm just going to remove this paragraph where I link over to the contact page, as I already have that link in the navigation. With that change in place, all we need to do is commit our changes and push them up to GitHub. So right here, Git status, and we can see the only changed file is the one that we changed. Then we're going to run git commit once again, providing our commit message, clean up home page links. Once the commit is in place, we have to use git push to push our code changes up to GitHub. And when this is done, we're going to see that over in Netlify, a new deploy is triggered. So by default, it is going to deploy changes from master. It's going to generate a new build, and it's going to publish it. So we'll see that start in just a couple of seconds here. There's no need to manually trigger a build when we're making code changes. We really only need to manually trigger a build when working with Netlify. I'll give the page a quick refresh just to see if anything new has been pulled in, and here we have it. We have a new build in progress, so this is starting up, and once it's done, we should be able to see our changes over on the site. So I'm going to take a quick moment to cut the video to when this build is finished. All right, that deploy has finished, and now we should be able to see our changes on the site. Here I have the home page, I'll give things a refresh, and my paragraph is gone. So that's as easy as it gets. Working with Netlify allows us to deploy our site, managing our Contentful data, and managing changes to our code, and now you know how to work with both of those. Now, Netlify can do so much more than we're going to have time to talk about in this video. If we go to Overview, you can easily set up a custom domain and enable HTTPS, and up above, there are a ton of great features for managing your site. For now, though, that's all we need to get Gatsby up and running. That's where we're going to stop for this video, and that's also where we're going to stop for the bootcamp. We've gone through the process of creating, customizing, and deploying our very first Gatsby project. We can now continue to work with Gatsby and build off of this to create anything we might want to build with React. That is it for the Great Gatsby Bootcamp. If you want to check out other content I've created, I have more videos right here on YouTube, and I also teach premium classes on Udemy covering topics like JavaScript, React, Node.js, and GraphQL. I'll include links to all of that and more in the description down below. Once again, I'm Andrew Mead from Mead.io, and I hope to see you in another video sometime soon.